Hello, everyone, and welcome to our usual Wednesday live. This is episode 23. Wow, we're doing well, aren't we? Anyhow, as usual, we've got the wonderful Delboy. Hello, Delboy.
Hello. Yeah.
Hey, Bayek, lad.
Yeah, we're doing all right. Although apparently Steve's already said, by the way, you've spelt episode wrong.
But if you look, I haven't. Because I
Right.
saw that and I sneaked it. Just a spelling mistake. Yeah.
So I'm doing if you remember rightly, I just got out of hospital last Wednesday. A week's gone by. I'm taking things steady. I've been really concentrating actually on my mum more than anything. But I spoke to the doctor today, and I'm going to do a lot more watching of stuff. But I couldn't do it really up until today because my mum's been really quite well. But I did watch that Starvaker that people were watching about, talking about
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
last week, and I really enjoyed it. And I sent you a copy, Ian, so you can watch
You
that.
have, yeah. I'll
I'll
watch that, yeah.
just turn the background off just for a second. There we go. Because I watched this as well, Orca.
Brilliant.
Now that's an old film from
Yeah.
that's with Richard Harris. That's from 1977. That I really, really enjoyed. I've already seen this, but I'll mention it anyway because I think it's a great film, and that's the Northman. If you like your sort of like Vikings and revenge type films, you'll really like it. Now, I had that as a steel book a couple of years ago, about a year or so ago, but I bought the expanded one. Who hasn't seen Taxi Driver? Absolutely fantastic. Now, one thing that I have watched, I watched this on Sunday. Is I'm so happy that I've got it now on physical media because I only had it as an electronic copy, and that was the Boston Strangler.
Oh, wow.
Tony Curtis.
Yeah.
That is a film that I've watched a couple of times. Each time I've seen it, I've gone, do you know what? I must have that on disc. And each time I forget about it. And when I do want to get it, it's always out of stock. You know what I mean? It's that sad thing about things being out of stock. And finally I found it in stock, and I got that. One I'm looking forward to, but only because I just want something to put, I want a bubblegum film, a film that I could just sit down and watch and couldn't be asked about. Yeah. And that's why I've got Knuckles, which is that Sonic and Knuckles thing. It's that animated Sega thing. But I want that just because I've got the others. Now, here's 3 films that definitely I'd like people to watch. This one's the Italian version, but it's Guide to the Married Man with Walter Matthau and Robert.
Oh, yeah.
Morse, right? It's a 1967 film. It's one of those films that you definitely like to watch on a Sunday afternoon. You know what I mean? And I think that's been out of print for a long time. But listen to this core. I mean, you've got Lucille Ball, Jack Benny, Phil Silvers, Walter Matthau, Robert Morse. I mean, you're talking about Hollywood greats, that go back a little bit. You know what I mean? So that's brilliant. And then Friday the 13th turned up today. I don't know if you can see that. Can you see that? Am I frozen?
Yeah, nothing's coming up. Nothing's been
I'm
shown.
Still here.
Yeah, I know you.
There we are. Right.
You're here.
Friday the 13th.
Yeah, brilliant.
The Arrow version of the 4K of Friday the 13th. I think everybody has seen Friday the 13th.
It's brilliant.
And one I've seen many times, but I actually watched it last night, and that is Red Sun. The Charles Bronson Western, yeah?
Yeah.
Red Sun. And I watched that last night. I think Muckman Movies would like that. That's a
Yeah,
Western.
yeah,
And it only came out, I think, in the last couple of days as a steel book. So I definitely, I mean, if he wants to see what it looks like, that's the cover of it. It's really quite nice. It's a reddish,
yeah,
yellowish thing. That's the
yeah.
back of it. Really quite nice. I think you could still get that quite at a normal sort of average price, not too bad. So,
Mm.
music wise, I've started to listen to some music by Rainbow.
All right, yeah, yeah.
Somebody mentioned that I should listen to Rainbow. And
Any particular albums?
their first 3 albums, basically.
All right, yeah.
So I've downloaded the very first album, but the one track that I downloaded was called Rainbow something or other. It was a ballad. He
Yeah.
said you must listen to this track, and I liked it. So then I downloaded the first album, and I'm starting to go through it at the moment.
Fantastic.
So I have been listening to music as well. I've tried to do as much as I can before this week's Wednesday's.
Well, good. Enjoy it. Enjoy what you can. Yeah, that's it.
You know what I mean? But grandfather time keeps catching up with me.
Yeah, but we'll look ahead to the future. Of course, once you've had your operation, your routine, then the sky is going to be the limit. It's going to free so much time for and doing all these things that you enjoy doing.
Well, I've got another
great.
3
Be
weeks.
optimistic now. Yeah,
I've got another 3 weeks before my next procedure, so I've got plenty of time to sort of like when people suggest things, like films to watch and stuff. I'm gonna have time to do it. So you're sort of like from now because my mother is starting to get a little bit better.
That's good.
So I'm it sort of gives me sort of like an hour and a half before I have to go and watch her again, because she needs things like a cup of tea and a hot water bottle and food. So what I'm trying to say is every hour and a half I'm checking up on her. Well, if you're watching a film that's 2 hours long, it means you can't really sort of watch anything. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So yeah. I'm looking forward to sort of like from now.
Fantastic. That's good. Excellent.
Now we get to you, and I know that you've been watching bloody lot.
Actually, I'm a bit disappointed this week in terms of I've got no music to go on about. I don't know why I've been distracted. I know you're probably thinking, thank God for that. He's not going to bore us with some prog rock or something. Punk or prog rock. Ah, yes. Anyhow, let's see. Yeah, a film that I watched the other night was a film that I've heard everybody mention, and I've never got round to watching. And my impressions are interesting. It was called The Guest, which you may have heard of. And I thought, this is going to be, you get a preconception because I don't know anything about it. I thought, this will probably be like sort of a horror, psychological kind of thing, and it wasn't. Yes, it's got the psychology thing, but it was more of an action film, and it was great. I really enjoyed it. It was just full of action, and I think that's good because it proves that you shouldn't always have a preconception about what you're going to watch by title. But this, I really enjoyed it. I thought, wow, this is a great film. Absolutely loved it. What else? I decided to go do a bit of looking in my collection when I get thinking, oh God, I've got to watch this again, and I have to watch it because I'm a big fan of it's this one, Infinity Pool. What a film! I still come back to this. Mia Goth again. Wow. And this is directed as well by Brandon Cronenberg, second film of his, and wow, he's just absolutely brilliant. What can I say? It's sci-fi horror. What better combination can you get? It's very much a sci-fi story.
What age? What year?
This is last year. This was,
only last year.
Yeah, okay. 2023. Infinity Pool. Honestly, it's just so well done, and it creeps up on you. It's something about this film. I just love the atmosphere, and it proves that she's carried on as an actress, as we know with all Maxine and X and Pearl, of course. Pearl,
Is
what a
it is it
great
only blue?
actress
Is it only
she is.
Blu-ray, Ian? Is it only Blu-ray or is it
Uh,
4K?
yeah, they may be an American 4K, but as far as I know,
Was it
I'm
a, was
sure
it a
people
was
know
it
in
a
our thing there may be.
was it a cinema release or a Netflix release or?
No, I think this was a cinema release, as far as I know.
Oh,
Yeah, I think it was a cinema release. Yeah, I, soon as it was last year. I just had to get this as soon as it came out. I think
oh.
actually, the more I think about it, I think it may well still only have a Blu-ray release. It may. I may be wrong on that, but this film is well worth watching because it's surprising. It's one of those films you thought, "Wow, I didn't know that was going to come," and and then it all kind of makes sense, and it's brilliant, and she's great in it. I think, yeah, absolutely. So that's that one, and then you know me, I love my Hammer films, and I watched this again. It's classic Hollywood actress Jane Fontaine, and this is 1966. And this is Hammer showing that they didn't have to do gothic horror, which is
Right.
great. They could do horror without going gothic, and this in a way leads up to what they do in 1968, which is The Devil Rides Out, which is really one of the classic films. But it proves, but of course, as you know, with Hammer, we've got a history. They
Yeah.
didn't just do gothic horror, but people, I think, had the impression, oh, it's all gothic horror. But what's great about this, it's set in the present day at that time in the 60s, and she's great, and it's so creepy. It's you know, it's the witchcraft story, but it's wonderful.
Yeah.
Absolutely, the cast is great. It looks good, directed well. It's brilliant. So this is highly recommended, and of course, this is the Studio Canal. I have got all these Studio Canal releases, and if anybody wants good quality Hammer, I know it's not 4K, but this is the place. These releases to get
Is it out of
quality
print?
Hammer.
Is it out of print, Ian? Is it one that you
No,
bought a long
no,
time
I
ago?
think all these Studio Canals, most of them, as far as I know, are still in print. There may be one or two that are harder to get, but
Oh.
you should be able to get them. You just have a look ground. But yeah, they're very highly recommended releases. Even if people like the slip covers, you even get a slip cover
Yeah,
on
yeah,
most of
yeah.
them. And often you get one good documentary. I know one documentary doesn't sound good, but believe you me, sometimes with some extras, you get the documentary is good, and you get the certain Hammer experts that pop up, like Kim Newman often pops up in these documentaries, and they brilliantly put it all into perspective. I enjoy that as much, but the film is great, and you know, these American actresses like Joan Fontaine seem to come over in 1960s into British film industry and do these films. So wonderful. I think that's it, really. Yeah, no music to go on about this week, so you're all relieved.
I'm bloody I'm bloody disappointed. Yeah.
Right then. So let's get up, cracker. We have got some things. Well, let's get into the comments.
Yay.
Right. We've got Danny. Hello. Hi. How are you all? I'm good. Well, that's great. Thank you for joining us. And then we've got Steve's Gaming. Hello, everyone. By the way, episode is spelt wrong in the title. Well, it ain't now. It's just I happened to see that earlier. I'm not daft. I saw that comment. And welcome to our stream. And then we've got Delboy publicizing his Discord, where you can always have a chit chatter and have a look at it. You know, I don't know about Discords and stuff, but I'm learning, and there we are. And then we've got Steve's Gaming. Right. I might get some flack for this, but I've been watching some episodes of Hancock's Half Hour. And well, I think he's vastly overrated. I just didn't find it amusing at all. Do you? Ah, interesting question. What do you think,
I'm
Delboy?
gonna let you go. I'm gonna let you go first.
Okay. Actually, I kind of know where you're coming from in that. I know at the time he was considered, you know, pretty well, quite an important somebody who progressed from radio onto the TV. Even made, I think, was it one feature film? Um, Sometimes when there's certain classic Hancock stories, half-hour stories that like the Blood Donor and that, which are really enjoyable. I must admit, a best of, and I kind of see where you're going on that. Maybe it's at the time. I don't know. He's interesting to look at, but people might say interesting is a cop-out word for meaning you didn't really like it that much, but I didn't find it funny. But when those famous sketches, I admit I did find funny, but some that I didn't want as familiar with, I didn't think he was hilarious. I didn't sort of sit there thinking, but again, it was very much, you could feel the time. It was very much of its time, and that is an interesting, because comedy which is timeless is often the best comedy that doesn't feel bound to that particular time. And I think maybe with him it was. I mean, you could probably pick out examples and say, well, what about this and what about that? That were bound to the time. But I'm thinking something like Dad's Army. It doesn't feel bound for when it was made. You can watch it now and still enjoy its original, of what it's about in the home guard and what have you. And that is a classic, and that stands up. Whereas this one, maybe it does have that. And because of Sid James there, which is always good to see Sid James. And he was popular on radio. He was massive on radio, absolutely. At a time when people were entertained by the radio. Hancock would have been considered, like with the Goons, he would have been considered something that people had to listen to. And that's just my assessment, but I understand, I think, where you're coming from on that. But when he's brilliant, like I do like that, like the Blood Donor one and the ham radio one. I like that. Those a lot, but those somehow are what people always mention, and you can see why they mention them. Whereas some of his other ones may not quite get the mention. So I kind of know what you're saying about that, but that's just me. But yeah, interesting. What do you think, Delboy?
Yeah, I think it all depends, sort of like how you discovered Hancock's Half Hour, if you see what I mean. If and what your take is of old comedies. I remember I was working for Lloyd's Bank, and it was we were talking about old science fiction and old comedies, and he happened to mention the Navy Lark, right? And that was because we were talking about Who, and of course John Pertwee's in it. And he said, "Oh, and if you like that, Hancock's Half Hour." And I went, "Oh, I've heard of Hancock's Half Hour." And he said, "Yeah, have you seen any of the TV episodes?" And I said, "I think I have as a rerun, but I haven't heard anything else." And he went, "Oh, I've got all the radio stuff on tape if you want to borrow my whole collection, and you can record them and listen to them." So actually, although I'd probably seen it on TV first, I actually listened to all of the radio plays first. And they weren't bad. I was just listening to it and I was going, wow, this is quite funny. I can understand it. And then, of course, I watched, various specials have come on, in regards to the life of Tony Hancock and the life of Sid James. And, you know, they always bring up the shows that they've been in. And so, of course, Hancock's Half Hour has been on both documentaries. Do you know what I mean? And I've always liked Hancock's Half Hour purely because Sid James is in it. I always found Hancock to be a bit deadpan. I was more interested in who the guest star was than I was about the actual story and anything else.
Yeah.
And where I do recognize The Blood Donor is a classic, The Radio Ham is a classic. And, you know, I've even listened to things like the BBC have released radios, you know, the albums, you know, on vinyl.
They have,
I've even listened to those. When it goes beyond those two classic episodes, there isn't much that I've taken away and gone, wow, this is outstanding.
I get exactly that.
Other than it's got obviously a writing partnership that's second to none. You know, I mean, what are we talking about? Ray Galton? Are we in Simpson? Is it Galton and Simpson?
I think so, yeah.
And I mean, if you were to put Hancock's Half Hour and you were to put Steptoe and Son together, it would be night and day on what I'd be watching.
Yes.
Do you see what I mean?
Exactly.
And it might be just because it's nothing to do with really the actors. It's more to do with the setting. I mean, what exactly is Hancock? What does he do as a job? What does Sid James do as a job? You loved Steptoe and Son because you knew it was set around scrap merchants.
Yeah.
You knew it was two characters that you could really get. You understood what made them tick. I don't know what makes Hancock and Sid James tick because other than them living together in the same house or something, you know, there isn't very much for me to gel with.
Yes. Yeah.
You see what I mean? So, yeah, I'm not going to say vast. I won't use the word vastly. I will say, overrated.
Yeah.
But, you know, it because you can't have that many people turn around and say it's classic.
No.
Unless there is something about it that makes it classic. But I would say overrated because if you tried to get somebody to watch it now or listen to it, they'd probably go, "What's this I'm listening to?" But if you were to show them an old, you know, some Steptoe and Son films and the TV series, I think they'd instantly turn around and go, "Yeah,
this
is funny now." You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, you know, that's my take on Hancock. Really, I did see the Punch and Judy man. Even I've seen films of Hancock, and again he plays the same type of character. Very, very dark character, and I think that reflects his life. You know how he ended his life.
Yeah.
He seemed to be a very difficult person to work with.
Yeah.
I know Sid James fell out with him a lot of times. I don't think he got on that well with Galton and Simpson. It was just that it was called the Hancock's Half Hour, and so obviously it's a bit hard to get rid of the main actor that it's all about, isn't it? But I think he was prickly on set, and I think it's to do with his depression and drink, if I remember rightly. And so from that point of view, you're looking at a very Macbeth type character, aren't you? A very dark. Shame if it had just lightened up a little bit, it'd have probably enjoyed life. I think he had a wife that had an affair. And that probably, I think that probably killed him off. You know, so many things were probably going on in the background that basically went, I can't take this. I'm gone. I'm supposed to be funny, but I can't be funny with all this.
Yeah.
So that's all.
Did he take his own life?
I think he did. Yeah, I think he committed suicide.
Yeah. That's very sad. Yeah.
If I remember rightly, yeah.
Oh, crikey. Yeah. Well, thank you. I agree in many ways what you just said. Definitely.
Nice one, though. Nice to have a question. Thanks very much, Steve. You bastard.
It is. Yeah.
There you are. There's my salute to Steve. You git. Yeah. Right.
Right.
Anybody who knows sort of like me and Steve knows that he's one of my best mates, to be honest.
And we've got Mark Fletcher. Hello, Mark. Let's get it out of the way early. Ian, you've done it again. You had Triangle and The Strangers in 2 years of your favorite film series. Are you turning into an anarchist? Oh, why? I know I mentioned it. It did pop up. It happened. Just, yeah. Everybody's so eagle-eyed, aren't they? They notice anything that ever made a mistake. Yes. But anyhow, hopefully everything's all right. But I'm sure people will let me know if I've made a mistake. And then we've got Tony saying, "Evening, Ian and Del. Hope you're both okay. Watch out for those bugs in the background, Del. Got that new release of Orca, not watched yet. Seen Boston Strangler, enjoyed." Well, there you are.
Orca's great. It's one of those. It's no Jaws, but it's a revenge thing. It's like Captain Ahab and his whale type thing. In other words, the people that are in this, like Richard Harris, they're not likable people. They're out there whaling.
Yeah.
In fact, you should be backing the whale, because the whole point of it is the whale sees another whale being killed, recognizes who it is, and then goes out for revenge.
Yeah.
And Richard Harris is like a bit of a coward. Go, I don't recognize all that bollocks.
Yeah.
But then when the whale actually starts attacking the coastline, he's got no choice. You know what I mean? It's a revenge. It's sort of like a fun revenge film, and it's really quite good. But it was, it came out at the same time as the new King Kong and all of that. 1977. It came out Jeff Bridges' King Kong and a number of other films. So it sort of like got buried a bit, and then nobody talks about it because everybody talks Jaws.
Yeah.
So it just gets buried, but it's an all right film. And the Boston Strangler, well, I'm taken aback by it every time I watch it. It's you don't expect Tony Curtis to play that type of character.
No.
And it's done very much. It's weird. It's weirdly filmed because they do split screen. Where you see him trying to break in while you're seeing the cops doing something else, and it's done like a comic book frame thing. It's really quite good.
Yeah.
Boston Strangler is definitely, if I was to choose between Orca and Boston Strangler, it'd be Boston Strangler every time. But if you want to see something different, if you want to see Tony Curtis out of his normal comfort zone, then that's the film. You know what I mean? I've seen him in The Vikings. I've seen him in Houdini. I've seen him in Some Like It Hot.
Yeah.
What I'm trying to say is he is the enemy in this. What's the similarity about all of the other films? He's always the person that you want to like. There is nothing to like about the Boston Strangler.
Yeah.
So, that's why I'd say go and watch that film.
Yeah. It is a few years ago since I saw it, but I was very impressed by it. And I think that the fact that he's almost out of character as an actor playing that part, we just don't expect that from Tony Curtis.
Yeah.
Adds something, the element to it. It really does. And it's, as you said, it's brilliantly done, I think. I just thought it was a great film. Highly recommended. So next is Muckman Movies. Good evening, Mother Humpers.
Mother Humpers.
Well, thank you very much.
always great to see Muckman Movies here.
Yeah.
He did his pickups the other literally about 2 or 3 days ago. I was amused by it, right? I was watching it and I was going, "Oh, this is quite good. I like watching pickups, right?" And he picked up this and he was going, "I've watched that now. Think I'll sell that. Watch this one. That think I'll sell that." Bloody hell, how many of these is he going to sell on? He picked up about 3 in a row. He was going, "Oh, I'm selling that one." And then he suddenly got to a bit where he was going, "Oh, I'm keeping all these." I was getting Christ, I thought it was going to be a whole selection of stuff that he's going to get rid of.
Selling.
No, I found it funny. I thought it was brilliant. I mean, there's always something to be giving me a smile when I'm watching mukbang.
Well, that's good. You can't beat that. And Tony York says, "Evening, McMahon. Del, I have an older release of Red Sun, enjoyable and unusual Western." He likes his Westerns, as Tony. Yeah.
Yeah, because it's basically Charles Bronson, then there's an Indian in it.
Right.
And they sort of like join forces. It's very much a revenge thing, but you wouldn't actually see a Native American join with a sort of like a gunslinger that join together and so that sort of thing. But it's quite well shot, and the story is really quite in depth when you actually do watch it. I thought it was going to be light and fluffy Western, but it ended up being something totally different.
Good.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't want to spoil the ending.
Yeah.
But it's just they're all together in this one little sort of like house type thing, very much near a cornfield, and there's a. But I don't want to spoil it. I'll just give you. It's a good ending. It's done pretty well.
We've got here Mugman again. It says, "I have an import of Red Sun. Agreed, Del. I really enjoyed it."
Right. Okay. Seems that everybody's imported it then before.
Yeah.
I wanted the steel book. So
Muckman says, "Howdy, Tony. Mark Fletcher, thanks for trying the Rainbow albums. I'm sure you'll enjoy
it. That was right. I think it was Mark that suggested it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm starting to listen to them now. So
Yeah. And then we've got Through the Lens.
Hey
fellas, hope you're all well. Yeah, we're fine. We're here.
Well, Josh has been busy. He's been doing some reviews. He's been a busy old fella. He has. He's been reviewing quite a few things. So definitely go and see him. I mean, the thing I like, I'll say it again. The thing I like about Through the Lens is his reviews are a bit. They're not highbrow, but because I think that's a horrible word to say, but it's just that they're very different. He'll see things from a point of view like, I really like the cinematography, it's very arty, or I don't like the cinematography, it was far too bloody convoluted and up its arse, or whatever. He's sort of like that. Do you know what I mean? Where other people would just say, I like the picture, it's not got any crushed blacks, it was really sharp. Yeah. He actually turns around and talks about how they set up the scene. You know what I mean? It's like that.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
That's excellent. Yeah. Danny Jukes, Through the Lens, I mate. Tony York watched The Trap last night, 1966. Oliver Reed as a 19th century Canadian fur trapper who buys Rita Tushingham as a wife. You'll recognize the theme by Ron Goodwin. The BBC uses it for London.
The London Marathon, in it.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Yeah, it carries on. Marathon coverage. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a well-known Ron Goodwin tune. I bought the remaster of the 19. I think of that. It's a 1966 film. I think the remaster came out in the early 2000s, and I bought it on. I think it was on the Intrada or the Silver label. I like Ron Goodwin tunes, so I mean, basically, I bought that. Yeah.
I must admit, I like Oliver Reed films. He works so hard. That's another one.
I can't remember the. Do you know? I can't remember the film The Trap, but I remember the soundtrack to it.
Yeah. Yeah, you always remember a soundtrack, don't you?
Oh, it's Ron Goodwin. You see, it's right. If somebody turns around and says Ron Goodwin or Jerry Goldsmith,
Yeah.
you know, I'm just there going, oh yeah.
Oh dear. We need to get you on Mastermind doing these.
No.
You do it easy. You do.
No. It's just certain ones. You
Yeah.
see, my dad introduced me to films through soundtracks. He'd play the records.
Yeah.
Now, if somebody was to play something like the third or fourth or fifth track in of an Ennio Morricone track, I'd probably go, I
Yeah.
don't know what film that's that's from.
Yeah.
I'd turn around and I'd say, oh yeah, no, I know. So that's why it's not really sometimes worth putting me on Mastermind or anything, or said, listen to this. Where's this from? Because unless it's the main theme, I've heard it and played it, but it's just that a lot of things merge together. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, and it's not that easy to, especially with westerns, for me to differentiate between them. But yeah.
It's interesting because I watched this channel. Is Andy Edwards. He was a drummer who worked with Robert Plant and did all sorts of a drummer. He's a really good sort of perspective he has, with a lot of humor as well. And he was talking about prog rock influences on him, and he was going back to. And I remember my dad having the same record. It was a Music for Pleasure with all war themes on. And Music for Pleasure used to do, there was sort of a budget record label. And you had all sorts of brilliant music on there and these theme tunes. And he was showing the war one. I remember having the one with westerns on as well, which
Actually,
I thought really cheap.
I thought of you on Friday because I was watching telly on Friday,
and
the old grey whistle test came.
Oh yeah,
and they were showing the old grey whistle test documentary of the police doing their tour of Russia.
Yeah.
And I thought, oh, I wonder if Ian knows.
I knew that was there. Yes. Oh. Oh, actually, there was, and this is another thing that I just was. Sometimes you flick through YouTube, and there was an interview with the bloke who was in the Biggles film, Hyde White. What's his son, and it was Gareth from Video Tasties, and I thought. God, I thought you'd be interested in that interview, but
that's right.
Too late then.
The last time we talked about him was Biggles, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I thought. I thought of you straight away because, I don't know how Gareth does it, but on Video Tasties, but he seems to find these people who, interviews and Biggles they talked about. I look back on a replay of it because I not mentioned it, but. He does talk about Biggles quite a bit.
Yeah.
And I thought, well, you'd have been interested in that.
I still haven't got that Doc Savage Blu-ray. I will have to pick that up.
Yeah. But if you look at Gareth's Video Tasties, look him up. If you do want to see that interview with them.
The trouble is,
you might enjoy it. Yeah,
I'm gonna. You know what's going to happen? I'm going to fill my pad up again, and I'm going to forget about it. What was it, Gareth? What?
Yeah, it's Video Tasties. It's called.
Gareth,
you've seen the channel. You mentioned it before.
All right. I've written it down anyway.
His channel is like he does VHS videos. I think he collects those.
Yeah, I think I've seen it.
People. He interviews quite interesting people, and he was as an actor. He was. I just thought, oh, it's him. And the mentioned Biggles, it gets mentioned in there.
Yeah.
Anyhow, I'm going off there. We're all promoting other people's channels. With anybody listening. Tony Oak says, Ian, Studio Canal and Indicator do the best Hammer releases, in my opinion. I agree. They're great releases. I've got all that I can get hold of. To totally agree with you. Studio Canal, you always get a really nice documentary, and you can't argue with it. You know, wonderful. And the quality, transfer, and of course, Indicator. Yeah, Indicator are great.
Well, it's Mondo that's turned around and said that they're going to start doing 4K releases, aren't they? So
that's right. He said that. Yeah. I don't know whether I've got them all, and I don't know whether I've got the heart really to get. I don't think I will get the 4K releases, but it is interesting. It's going to be expensive, and
well, I look at it like this.
Yeah.
But ever since Mondo said it, and a few people have said the same thing, I wonder if I'll get them.
Yeah.
I think if people have started getting the Blu-rays, I wouldn't bother.
Yeah.
And if you haven't been picking up the Blu-rays, but you've got now all the DVDs, I'd say it's a perfect time now for you to skip the Blu-ray and go straight to 4K.
But I managed to collect them all. It's been, you know, they were one of the early things when I started buying Blu-rays, because I loved Hammer so much, and I thought, oh, Hammer, they released it. They're fantastic. It's a great series of films that they did. But of course, they didn't have all. You immediately think, oh, they've got all the Hammer catalogue of the Gothic Hammer films, but they have, and you have to find them in, you know, other releases, which Indicator have done some. So what else we got? We got you advertising Discord again.
It's just in case it didn't show up. Sorry.
Yeah, brilliant. Go and have a look there on Discord, and you'll get all the whatever you do on Discord.
Well, it's just I heavily promote you and a load of others.
Yeah, I know. It's well worth. I don't understand it all, but I've done it and had a look, and I did actually post some, I think, on there. So
yeah, you did. You put 2 music things.
Yeah, so it is worth looking at. I got to understand it a bit more. Yeah.
We're having loads of chats at the moment about a lot of things like old TV themes and stuff like that.
Well, it's worth having a look, isn't it? Yeah. Steve's Gaming, question for you two. Oh dear. What's the connection between these? The Invisible Boy, The Thin Man, Lost in Space, Columbo, and the Addams Family. You know about.
I know the answer now, because Lost in Space, Columbo, and the Addams Family. I didn't know it from the Invisible Boy.
Yeah.
Do you want me to give you the? Do you want me to give you the answer?
Yes, please. Yeah.
It's Robbie the Robot.
Ah, right.
So Robbie the Robot was in Lost in Space.
Yeah.
Robbie the Robot was definitely in Columbo, because he was a guest. He was a guest. He was a guest on Columbo. Because I've got the Columbo Blu-rays, and I've seen.
Yeah.
So I got it from those two. I'm pretty sure the Addams Family. I'm not sure about Thin Man, Invisible Boy, but if that isn't Robbie the Robot, I'll eat my hat.
Yeah,
that's Robbie the Robot.
Do you know? I've never heard of the Invisible Boy.
It's 1957.
Was it? Yeah.
Yeah. I think Robbie the Robot, actually, his first appearance outside of the Forbidden Planet was Invisible Boy.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I'm right with that. If I'm wrong, I'm sorry, but that's Robbie the Robot.
But I didn't know the Columbo episode. That sounds really good.
Yeah. Because I've watched them on Blu-ray just recently. So
yeah, wow.
Yeah.
The Discord is great fun, says Danny. Yeah. There you are. Yeah. And,
we have nice little chats in there.
Yeah, well, that's good. Excellent. Tony says, never seen any Hancock's half hour. Watched his 1961 film, The Rebel, recently. Okay, but nothing special in my opinion. I think that reflects what we were sort of on about. Still got his other film, The Punch and Judy Man, 1963 to watch. Yeah. I
He
think
went over. He went over and did a film after the Punch and Judy Man, if I remember rightly, which was supposed to really escalate him into Hollywood, but it didn't do very well. Apparently,
no,
I think that's what caused his suicide.
yeah.
I forgot what that film's called. It was a circus. I think it was a clown or a circus
Well,
thing or
have
something.
you seen the Punch and Judy Man?
Yeah, I told you I've seen the
Yeah,
Punch and Judy
yeah.
Man.
I think it was a network release. It could have been. I don't know. I've just got a
I
feeling.
think the film that did it was it
Yeah,
was set in New York. I just
yeah,
can't remember what it was called.
yeah. No,
Foreign
I'm
film
saying
anyway.
released on our network label. I think
Ah,
may have done that. Yeah, I think it may have been one of their releases. So let's have a look next. We've got Mark Fletcher. Devil Rides Out is a film that I wouldn't mind them tinkering with the special effects like they have with classic Ooh. It would make the ending so much stronger just as an option. Yeah, I don't mind it. I think if you've got the option there that you can watch what was originally put out and then any special effects added, I'm quite happy with that. But to me, it's such a good film. I don't even think about the special effects. I absolutely love Devil's Ride Out. Is just an absolute classic in my opinion. And
yeah,
it's good to see Christopher Lee. He's not playing a baddie. He's a goodie in it as well. And it's it's set more in a contemporary sort of era, probably around about 1930s or something like that. I would say.
yeah. I think it's a million miles difference between somebody fiddling about with special effects of a TV show to a film,
Yeah, yeah,
which is probably why they haven't done it. Because when it comes to a TV series, you could do it for all the episodes, say, and then it makes sense, especially if there's multiple,
Mhm.
seasons of it. To take one film and change its special effects, I mean, they've done that now with the motion picture, haven't they? Star Trek, the motion picture,
Yeah.
and you know how costly that was.
Yes.
So they've gone back to that twice.
Yeah.
They've done it on the
Yeah.
start. They've done it with the Star Wars films, but notice that these are mostly films that have got a sequel. The Devil's
Mm.
Rides Out would be just one-off film, wouldn't it?
It was, yeah. Yeah.
So you're looking at, is it worth it for the audience that we're gonna
No.
do it for?
No.
But I agree. I'd love it if they tinkered with a number of films. I think a number of films could
Yeah.
benefit. Because the nice thing about tinkering with a film like that is you've always got the original.
Yeah.
You don't, what you then have a choice to watch the newer one with special effects. And if you don't
Yeah.
agree with it, you just watch the older one. No harm, no
Yeah.
foul. If you want to
Yeah.
watch and see what it'd be like with newer effects, great.
Yeah.
What George Lucas did with Star Wars is
Oh, yeah.
stupid. Is just stupid. He said,
Yeah.
once I've done this, I'm not going to let you watch the old ones anymore. I'm just thinking, well, what a
Yeah.
bastard
Yeah.
you are. I want the choice.
Yeah.
To actually now eliminate the actual watching of something that's historic as Star Wars, because you think now that you've got the version that you always wanted us to see. Well, that's just you telling us that you're forcing us. We should have the choice. We should have
Yeah.
the ability to be able to choose.
Yeah.
That's why I don't like
Yeah.
that particular way of doing things.
And I don't know how many years there is, but there must be quite a few years between the third one that they did in the original trilogy, and then when they came back with the prequels. So,
well, yeah, I mean, you're talking 1980. You're talking 1982, 83, and then it was 1982, 83 for Return of the Jedi, and then you're talking 2000 for Phantom Menace.
Yeah. Why couldn't he just leave it alone? Just leave it.
So in between those two films, or should I say about 3 years before the Phantom Menace, he went back and did all the special effects again. And from that
Ridiculous.
moment on, you couldn't watch the original Star Treks. And go,
Yeah,
really?
yeah.
Thanks
Oh,
very much, George
yeah.
Lucas. Yeah, you're a bastard. Thanks.
Actually, it's interesting because when this, I've noticed this. There's kind of a revisionism that pops in when Phantom Menace came out. Everybody had been so hyped up at wanting to see this and thinking, and then it came out, and everybody talked about Jar Jar Binks, and it was such a bad disappointment. But I've
Yeah.
noticed now, in retrospect, people are saying, well, actually, maybe it wasn't quite as bad as we originally thought. This is what happens. You get a sort
Yeah.
of period of time goes by, but people were so disappointed. Weren't they? I mean, they really were disappointed with Phantom Menace. But oh,
I
yeah,
mean, I was. I went to see
yeah,
it. And I went,
yeah,
what the hell?
yeah,
Uh,
yeah.
uh, it's great. I mean, I have to look at it and go, look, it's not as bad as
No,
all that. It's just that there's stupid things like this character called Jar Jar Binks
that's right. Yeah,
and the stupid language he uses and all of this
yeah.
sort of thing.
A
I mean,
character who'll never be seen
I don't
again.
think anybody's turned around and said that the pod racing scene isn't great or
Yeah,
the lightsaber battle at the end
yeah,
isn't a fantastically choreographed.
yeah,
It's just that the story is a bit convoluted.
yeah,
You've got this Jar Jar Binks character that
yeah,
basically pisses me off.
yeah. I know. I just think maybe over time people do soften and think, yeah, it is bad, but it's not as bad as we thought. People were so disappointed. I mean, you
Well,
think of all the build up and hype, and then you watch that and think, oh, what have they done? And then
well,
now, years later, we're saying, well, yeah, we know that, but it's not maybe not as bad as we
when you
thought. Yeah,
when you consider, I think in the same year even Gladiator came out, right? Because I remember seeing the Phantom Menace with my girlfriend in Manchester,
yeah,
and then we saw Gladiator again.
mm,
It must have been the same year.
yeah,
I know which one I thought was brilliant.
yeah, yes, yeah, well,
Right? It's a no contest.
yeah.
You know what I mean? But there you are.
All right. So,
When it comes
next
to
one.
Star Wars, though, I've got the laser discs. You know, the original laser
Yeah,
discs.
yeah,
I watch
yeah,
those on occasion, and of course, Disney Plus show it as well.
yeah. Um, look, my movies. I think Delbot, Delbot, no,
Delbot,
Delbot
Delbot.
should change his background to Confessions of a Window Cleaner. Yeah, no, that's just been released, hasn't it? All those confession films.
Yeah, that's right. I've seen it come up on
Indicator.
Amazon now. Otherwise,
Yeah,
it was coming up on another label that you got to buy it from. But
yeah.
yeah, it's on
They'll be
Amazon
giving
now.
them away, so.
Delbot, though. What's this Delbot? Delbot.
He's a bot.
I think people are going to start calling me that now. From now on, it'll be Delbot from now on. Yeah.
And but listen, there he
Oh,
has.
all right, there you go.
Yes, it was. But actually, Delbot's quite good.
Oh, bugger off, you! It's Delboy. Delbot.
uh, and mind you, is there a box set you was disappointed with, and why? Ooh. I don't get many box sets.
Well, I can tell you that I bought the Indiana Jones Steelbook set 2 years ago, and that honestly, I sent it back.
Oh,
It was the white box edition. It came in a very flimsy, like cardboard outer, which was like quite glossy. And then all of the designs were just a symbol on the front of the discs or something, right? And it was supposed to be the definitive Indiana Jones Steelbook set. And it was bloody awful. The
wow.
cardboard box I tell you what, it nearly ripped me out when I was
Oh.
taking it out of the package. You know, when I was taking it out the box it was delivered in. And at the same time that box set came out, Zavi brought out their own individual films with the proper movie posters.
Oh, yeah, they were better. Oh, yeah.
So I instantly sent it back saying, "This is a bag of shit."
Yeah.
And I then started buying the film versions, and I thought, I'm happy now. But honestly, it was 80 quid this box. No word of a lie, it was 80 quid. They didn't even come. It didn't even come in a metal shell, you know, with the It literally was just the discs, just the metal boxes put into a cardboard sleeve, and 80 quid. Thank you very much. I honestly, I was not spending that on it. I sent it back and said, I don't accept this. It's not what you advertised. So stuff you. And I sent it back and got a credit.
Yeah. Well done.
So that's one I was disappointed with.
Yeah.
Probably many others, but that was definitely one that went out the.
Yeah.
That was awful. Anyway, can you think of one?
I don't think I've got any because I don't get that many box sets. All the ones that I've had, I've liked. I mean,
have you got the Carry On box set, but you're disappointed because it hasn't got Carry On?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not disappointed. It's got. I think that is an excellent box set for amount.
No, I'm just saying that's an example of you might be disappointed because
I get you. Yeah. There's not Carry On Columbus. I don't think there is really. No, I haven't got any. No, I'd say I've been happy with all the box sets. I mean, Arrow always do a good box set for me. I ain't got that many, but the ones I've got, like, for instance, my favorite, the Dune 1984 version.
Yeah.
I'm very happy with that. And I sort of collect Dune.
I think there's been a lot of box sets.
Have
been what I consider to be too expensive for what you get.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah, I can see that.
I'm not saying that I'm disappointed, but they could have been better.
Yeah.
There's some really good ones. Don't get me wrong. I mean, The Conversation is a great box set. The Wicker Man's a great box set. Three colors, blue, red, white. That's a great box set. The Arrow box set that has all of those video releases, those things that you've got Puppet Master and Doll and all. That was a great box. The Psycho box set is phenomenal. The Day of the Dead and all of those box sets were brilliant. Most of the Arrow box sets I've liked.
Oh yeah, I think so.
But there's been some awful. I mean, I remember there was what was that line of stuff? The Space Jam came out. It was a bloody awful box set. Space Jam was.
Actually, I have just thought of a lot of people were complaining, which is unusual because you just mentioned Arrow, about those Chucky box sets that they weren't very well put together.
Oh yeah.
Alignment on them, but that's the only time I've heard Arrow.
Well, but it also came, if I remember rightly, in cardboard bloody sleeves inside. I did buy it, but I bought it in a sale. I bought it for 70 quid, I think, and mine was my one came not misaligned, so.
I did all right.
But I tell you what, anybody that bought it for 99 quid and they got that piece of rubbish, bloody awful.
Yeah.
But then again, that's an example of a great company making a mistake, because Arrow usually are bloody good.
Exactly, I think Arrow are. Yeah,
but there was a lot. I mean,
you see some unboxings, and you think, why have people bothered? The cardboard is often not very good; it's flimsy, and all they do is they might just stick a few art cards in, or sometimes some silly stickers that nobody's going to
Well,
use.
the
And
other
you
thing
think,
about the other thing, if I remember rightly, that people didn't like about Chucky was the first film was in Blu-ray and all the rest of 4Ks.
yeah,
Which
what was that?
which was a
Why
which
was
was a
that?
which is, the only reason that was is because of licensing, which you couldn't really do much
Oh,
about. Do you see what I
yeah,
mean? I think the
yeah,
license I think the license was with Studio Canal or something like that.
yeah.
Can't quite remember. Somebody told me. I think it was Nigel actually. Or it
Mm,
might have been Keith. But they all said
yeah,
it was a licensing thing, and then you've got a choice, because you can buy the 4K of the first one and you can replace the disc. And I'm going, yeah, but
oh,
the discs are supposed to sort of like match the covers, and then
yeah,
the disc
yeah,
label don't match that. It's
yeah,
it's what they should have done is held back until they had all of them as 4K releases. If I, to be quite honest,
yeah,
then there's been some exceptional great boxes to crap films like
yeah.
Hellraiser.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah. I don't
Hellraiser's
like
got
it.
one of those
Yeah.
great boxes. It's got a perspex cover that when you lift it up,
Oh,
you can see
yeah,
the writing on the wall that's all in red and all of this sort of
yeah,
stuff. And it's got a hard shell, but it's got 4 Hellraiser films, and 2 of them are okay, and 2 of them are shit.
yeah.
So basically you're buying, unless you're really into Hellraiser, 4 shit films.
Really
in a
bad
nice
ones,
in a
straight
nice
to video ones. I think.
in a nice box set.
Yeah, I know. Well,
There you are.
do you know? It's ironic that Hellraiser is not one of my favorite films, but I have got it, and believe it, it's a steel book with 3 of them in. I
Yeah.
don't know why that ended up in my collection. I wouldn't get rid of it, but it's not my favorite film at all. Oh dear. Right. Muckman says, never mind that. He had Catwoman in his top 5. Hey, come on, lad. I love Catwoman. And
Oh,
I'll have,
Catwoman is
everybody goes on about it. But
Catwoman is dog shit. You know
it's
full well
not.
Catwoman is
No, it's not.
it's
I
it's there
maintain it's not.
it's there with Speed 2, it's there with Exorcist 2.
No,
It's honest. What a bag of
no, I
pants.
don't think so. It's all, I love it. It's great.
Sharon
I mean,
Stone
you've
could
got Sharon
Sharon
Stone
Stone
in it,
could
for goodness sake. Why are people knocking this film?
Sharon Stone couldn't save that film.
And
I
I
like
know Ali
Sharon
Berry
Stone.
even said she turned up for the Golden Raspberry Award. She even agreed it wasn't that good, but still, I love it. I don't know, I love it.
I'll tell you, if Sharon Stone wanted a date with me, I'd say, yeah, all right. But I won't watch her in that film.
Wow. Yeah. No, I think it's. I just think. Yeah. Anyhow, I enjoyed it. Yeah. I know it's not the greatest, but I enjoyed it, and I'll happily watch it again. It's in my collection. Quite proud. So there you are. Yeah. And it's Al. Yeah, I suppose she is to blame. Yeah. Yeah.
No, it's the
Yeah.
script.
Yeah.
It's the script. It's the script to blame. It's the
I like
script.
Halle Berry. Yeah.
I don't have a problem with Halle Berry. It's the
Yeah.
script. It's a bloody
Yeah.
awful film.
It's entertaining. I don't get what you're saying,
Yeah,
but
what's
yeah, no, yeah.
entertaining about it?
It is. It's just anyhow.
I'll tell you what's entertaining about it. You're an old perv and you like her costume. That's what it is, isn't it?
Well, there we are.
She's running around the
Yeah, well, she is. It's rather good.
in a leather catsuit. That's what it is. That's
There's
all
no wrong
it is.
with entertainment. It's right. And Mark Fletcher says, I haven't seen Orca since it came out. Am I right in thinking that they had a little dig at Jaws near the beginning of the film when a dad shark was found on the beach with a bite taken out of it?
Yeah.
Oh, right. There you are.
Yeah.
And Mark Fletcher says, talking of unusual westerns, do you remember the Trinity films? I love those when I was young, along with Alias Smith and Jones. Yeah,
Oh,
I loved Alias Smith and
I
Jones.
remember Alias. I remember Alias
Yeah,
Smith and Jones. Name a Trinity film. I'm not quite sure what you
no,
mean. Trinity what? Do they all have the name Trinity in it?
I bet they do. I think there's a whole series of. There could be quite a
It
lot
rings.
of
You
these
see,
films.
when somebody says that, it rings a bell, but then I go, I can't remember. But Alias Smith and Jones is a TV series that I
Oh
watched.
yeah, I love that. We used to watch. It was on BBC Two, as I remember, and
Yeah.
enjoyed it. I was at school, I think, watching. Yeah, probably early 70s. Was it probably?
Yeah, but wasn't it?
Estimated.
Didn't the main actor kill himself with a shot? He shot himself with a gun.
Yes, they had to change the actor. Yeah,
Yeah,
you've reminded me. They changed the actor, didn't they?
yeah.
It was a good.
Success got to him, and basically, I think he shot himself.
Oh,
Tried to
crikey!
kill his wife as well, or something. I can't remember. It was at his study, and he got the gun out of his drawer and shot himself. I remember that.
Oh, crikey!
And then they continued into a third season, and then they stopped it. I think
Yeah,
that's how it went.
yeah. It's a bit sad. It's sad that isn't it? It was a good series though when it was.
They called themselves, what was his name? Hayes.
Yes,
Hayes. It was Smith and
they had the
Jones.
same introduction every week, didn't they?
Yeah.
And
Oh, I can hear the theme music right now.
Yeah.
But
Wasn't that they had a deal where they had to remain sort of undercover, didn't they, and not be discovered before that they would be get their official pardon? Was it something like that? The setup.
Yeah, that's it. They said, boys, you're going to get a pardon, but unfortunately, you've got to carry on being wanted felons or something for.
We've got a series to do, so you're not going to get it in next episodes.
That's right. Yeah. So while we're making this TV series,
you're not going to get pardoned.
You can imagine the jokes now, can't you?
Yeah.
I think it was Glenn A. Larson as well. I think.
Yeah.
Probably.
And if the ratings continue high, that means we'll get renewed. So you're going to get less of a chance of getting pardoned.
When the ratings drop, we'll give you a pardon.
Yeah. Muckman movies. I have to curate my collection these days, Del. I'm running out of space.
That's why he was selling the stuff. He said, I watched this, selling it. Watch this, selling it. Yeah, I'm running out of space. I'm a sad git and don't sell nothing.
It's that garage. It's full of goodies that everybody should
Stop going on about my garage.
It's full of it. It's full of loads and loads of boxes. Goodness knows what's in there. Matt Fletcher's Robbie the Robot guest star.
There you go.
I think that's the connection with what you were saying.
Yeah.
And Tony, do you have a favorite Ron Goodwin score? Mine star has to be the Margaret Rutherford Miss Marple films. Such a catchy tune, bound to cheer anyone up who needs it.
Yeah. But you know what my favorite Ron Goodwin score is? I even sent you the tracks of it.
Yes, yeah, you did. Do you know what mine is?
I should think it's Battle of Britain or 633 Squadron.
You've got it. It's 633 Squadron. 633. It just reminds me of my dad. That's it. That's how it stands out.
Most people know those ones. The Miss Marple thing, brilliant. I mean, it uses a harpsichord.
Yeah.
You know, it's that. It's a very sort of jazzy piece. Battle of Britain, I like. Where Eagles Dare.
Oh yes, actually, I think I might like that more than 633 Squadron.
Then there's Let's see. There's those magnificent men in their flying machine. That's a wrong.
Yeah. Oh, I like Where Eagles Dare. I love the way that music Oh yeah, Where Eagles Dare. I love the film, so it fits together well.
Well,
Yeah,
everybody knows
yeah,
633 Squadron, don't we? I mean,
yeah, 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 definitely. So I would pick Where Eagles Dare. Yeah, it's my favorite one.
most people that into gaming will know 633 Squadron as well because it
Yeah,
was used on a when the Commodore 64 conversion came out of 1942. They used the 633 Squadron.
yeah,
That's just for those people that like gaming. I thought I'd
yeah.
bring that in. But 633 Squadron's been used in ice skating and Christ knows what. I mean, they're always using film scores when they're doing ice skating routines.
Yeah,
633 Squadron's going to be in there. Miss Marple will be in there.
Miss.
You know what I mean? But
Right.
yeah, but Ron Goodwin was such a talent. The trouble with
Mm,
Ron Goodwin, though, because he did things like Norman Wisdom's The Early Bird,
yeah.
and he did an awful lot of music that's been destroyed, right?
Mm,
So what it is, so just so you know, here's a story. The Miss Marple theme, right? All the tapes, the music tapes to the film recordings were destroyed,
mm,
right? And when they wanted to do a compilation album of his music, they had to go to the music scores because they've got the paper scores for all the instruments still
mm.
archived, right? Get a band out to re-record it
Oh.
and put it on CD to sell. And
Mm,
that cost an absolute fortune because you've got to hire the orchestra.
yeah.
You've got to go to the movie studio and say, "Can we have all the paperwork, please, so that we can do this?" Then you've got to book a recording studio,
Mm,
record it, duplicate the CD, and then put it out. The Silver
mm,
Screen did that as a one-off for the Miss Marple theme. And they put out a disclaimer at the end of the book that says, if you'd like any more doing, please buy this CD because the money from this is the only way that we're going to be able to
mm.
do this again for
Yeah.
any other Ron Goodwin scores. And that's why there are no album scores of things like The Early Bird, Norman Wisdom's The Early
Mm,
Bird, and a lot of
yeah.
stuff like that. So his music is undiscovered because all of the actual recordings that were used in the film are destroyed.
Mm,
Destroyed the lot. Only the paper scores are left.
mm.
You'd have to re-record the whole thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
It'll cost a fortune.
Yeah. Yeah.
So there you go.
Mm.
That's just a
Um,
little bit of
yeah.
a story, history
Yeah. No, it's
lesson
interesting.
for you.
It's interesting. It's, um, Mukman movies. I've had Red Sun for a few years since it hadn't had a UK release until now. Might pick up the Steelbook if it comes down in price a bit.
Oh, it will do.
Yeah.
I don't think it'll. I think westerns are on the up, but I don't think it'll sell that well that it's not going to be in a sale on HMV or something later on. You know, buy a 2 for 30 quid or something. You know.
Yeah. Yeah. Tony says, my Red Sun is an older Studio Canal Blu-ray from 2015.
Yeah.
And Mukman Movies, Radiance are releasing some interesting stuff. Yeah, they do a release quite a bit now of every month. There's
See, this is
Radiance.
where everybody out there educates me because I get lost in all these boutique labels like Arrow,
Yeah.
Green Factory, Radiant, Signal, all of this sort of 88. I know a film by a
Yeah.
film, and whether it came out by Warner Brothers or not, I don't really recognize that.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. If you want Runaways, it's on the 88 label. I'm going, what the fuck's the
Yeah.
88 label? What
Yeah.
are you talking about? If you'd have just told me it's on Columbia Pictures, then I know
Yeah.
what you're talking about, right?
Yeah.
So when somebody says Radiance, I go, have I got a
Yeah.
Radiance film? I'm not
Yeah.
sure. I've got a Vinegar Syndrome. I know that one.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I've only got one Vinegar Syndrome. But when people start talking Arrow and that, I just go, I just don't know what they, you know, it's a boutique label. That's all I can tell
Yeah,
you.
Radiance. It's Every month it has about 3 releases, I think, about every month, and
Yeah.
they're all sort of different. I think there are a lot more sort of films that we don't know about, or perhaps one or two that people don't know about. You know, more independent or foreign language films and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
It does a good job, it seems, what it's doing. Um, and then Steve's Gaming. Kelly's right. Robbie the Robot appeared in
Ah,
them
there you go.
all. There we are, still. And then we've got Tony saying, I like those Italian releases. They are from Radians, especially. I saw today they're releasing another Swedish film in December from the same director as Man on the Roof. Sounds interesting. See, there's a lot of interesting releases.
So is Radiance known for their westerns then, or something, or what?
No, there are all sorts more sort of foreign language films as well.
Right.
Like this one is Swedish. Um, yeah.
So do they?
I've only ever had one, I think, from them. Which
what I'm
was
trying to get at is, does Radiance have a deal with Columbia or
oh
Sony?
yeah, I got Scream and Scream Again. That's the only Radiance
Well,
one I've
I've
got.
seen the film
Yeah,
Scream and Scream Again.
yeah,
Yeah, I've seen the
yeah.
film.
That's the only one I got from Radiance.
No,
But
right.
they such now they, I say, every month there's at least, I'm sure, about 3 releases that they release. So they're building up quite a big catalogue already of these films.
Yeah.
Both those Hancock films I mentioned were networking. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Mugman movies. I have the bootleg despecialized versions of the original Star Wars trilogy. Miles better than the travesty of a CGI'd over versions. I think most people would agree with you
Yeah,
on
I
that.
mean, like I said,
Yeah,
I've got
yeah,
the laser disc, the
yeah,
definitive edition. It's a
yeah,
huge box set laser disc.
yeah,
I think I bought them on DVD. They came in a cardboard box with an embossed
yeah.
Star Wars symbol.
I think the earlier, probably the very first releases, didn't it
Yeah.
have the choice? It had the choice, didn't it? You could have the really original version, but I bet they,
What I'm trying to
yeah,
get at is when
yeah,
they actually did the special effects, he stopped the production of buying them.
yeah,
The DVD was around 1989, 1990.
yeah,
So
yeah,
basically you had a good 6 or 7 years
yeah,
before those new special effects versions would have come
yeah,
out. I think you'll find that there was a special release that came out on DVD that was in an embossed cardboard box, and I
yeah,
think I bought that,
yeah,
and then that's it.
yeah.
So there's been no Blu-ray, and
I
there's been
think,
no 4K.
yeah, no, I know there
What was
won't be,
it?
will there? I bet there won't. Um, I think they're quite collectible now. I bet those may well be going for quite high prices on eBay. I don't know, but I suspect they
I
are
know
quite
that
collectible.
laser discs you couldn't sell for 50 pence for a number
Yeah,
of years ago on eBay,
yeah,
but now all of a sudden I think they're worth a pretty penny again. Now, when I
yeah,
bought that Star Wars Definitive Collection, I remember I bought it. It was like
yeah.
£179.
All right.
Right? There's no way, I think, even if I put it on eBay now, I'd get 179 quid for it.
Mm,
I think because it's Laserdisc, it's a specialist thing.
yeah,
I think you can get close to 100 or 150 possibly. I might be
mm,
wrong with this, by the way. I
yeah.
don't know.
It's just
Um,
interesting. He says here bootleg, so he's only been able to get bootleg
yeah, it's
versions.
very hard to
Yeah,
find. Don't get
yeah,
me wrong.
yeah. So what can you do? You can't. You've got no choice.
Like I said, you can watch the 4K on Disney
Yeah,
Plus, and then people record that onto a bootleg disc and then sell it.
yeah.
So you can have a 4K original edition of Star Wars, but it's so compressed and that it's just really not worth it.
Right.
I look at it like that really. I mean, if I want to watch it, I'll watch it on Laserdisc, and then I'll watch the special effects ones on 4K.
Yeah, yeah. What my movie is, I need to get through most of my Radiance films, Tony. The Bride Wore Black was very good. So he's got a collection there going of Radiance films.
Yeah.
Yes, I enjoyed. And so it's Tony. Yes, I enjoyed Bride Wore Black. Tony, I think my favorite Radiance release is the Franco Neri Mafia box set. Yeah, I think I've seen that advertised. Yeah. Through lines. Watched the Catwoman last night with a friend. Their choice, not mine, and it was a blast in all wrong ways. Terrible editing. 2000s pop music. It's hilarious. There you are. He's like enjoying it in the
atrocious film. You can go off, people, Josh.
Yeah, well, I can think of worse films. That bored me. That are supposedly brilliant masterpieces.
Oh yeah, The Exorcist 2 is awful. Speed 2 is awful.
I didn't say it though.
Just Catwoman's on a bloody. It really is bad.
I own the Three Colors trilogy. This is Through the Lens, and they are beautiful. Three Colors Blue is one of my favorite films of all time. Top 50 for sure. I've never seen these, but I've seen.
Both
a lot. People do talk about
both Josh and I really talk about the Three Colors trilogy a lot. And when that came out as a box set on 4K, I mean, it was an instant buy for me. It's a gorgeous box set. And a lot of people discuss the Three Color trilogy because there's a lot of it follows the relationship of these couples through the films,
right?
You know, culminating with the end film where you see what happens to these couples. So there's a lot to enjoy about it because what you're doing is that it's like The Godfather. You're watching a family. You're watching a family through these three films. Do you see what I mean? Yeah. So yeah, I mean, it's worth a watch. If you get into it, you'll think it's a masterpiece. Right. If you watch one of them and you don't like it, it's doubtful that you'll watch the second and the third film, and then you're missing the point because you've really got to watch it all the way through. Yeah. And then if you do watch all three and you were forced to watch it, some people will say, well, that was the longest, boringest bloody 8 hours I'll never get back or something. And you just feel off. That's why I always turn around and say, look, it's a great film. Well, great set of films. I recommend that you watch it. But the problem is I don't want to come back on it saying you were bored senseless all the way through it because you've really got to empty your mind and watch it for what it is.
Yes, yeah.
And it's just superbly done. It's just the cinematography there, the music there, the story, but it has its faults. So what can I say?
I never bother about faults.
I just like as a trilogy, it's up there. That's all.
I've heard a lot of people over the years. People have talked about this trilogy.
Will you just go with me and while I just go and check on my mother?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
I won't be long.
Yeah. This is a trilogy of films that I've heard about. I think possibly it's got one of those art house reputations because probably that's where it comes from, and it does sound quite fascinating. I would be interested certainly to see these films. Definitely. Let's have a look here. We've got next one. We've got Through the Lines. I found a new favorite film. Oh yes, Mulholland Drive. Watched it for the first time this week. It might be my favorite film of all time now. What a masterpiece. It's something it's on my list to watch. I've heard a lot of good things. And I think you're kind of confirming that I think I would probably enjoy this. It does pop up quite a bit. I must look out that film. There may be a way of me getting hold of it anyhow, without actually buying it, but we'll see. I'll definitely look on that. It's not. Is it on streaming? It could well be on streaming. I'll check that out. Yeah. Through Lens, I managed to bag the Jurassic Park trilogy on 4K for £25 this week. Wow, that is bargain. Looking forward to checking out the transfers. I thought you can't go wrong. 25 quid, 4K, brilliant. Bargain. Absolute bargain. Brilliant.
Have I missed much?
No, it was talking. I don't know if you know about Mulholland Drive.
Yeah, I've got the film.
What do you think of it?
Well, it's quite good from what I can remember of it. One of those. What's the word? One of those sort of like a film shot like China, like Chinatown and all of that. You know, it's New York.
Really?
Drive. If I remember right.
Yeah.
If I remember rightly, I might be thinking of the wrong film.
Well, I'll just go back. There it is. That's what he's mentioned it there. Mulholland Drive. I've seen it. Do you know? I won't be so. I'm sure.
Let me just bear with me. Let me just check it is what I'm thinking it is, because there's lots of there's lots of films that I get mixed up. So
I've seen this come up recently. I'm sure it's on one of the streaming services. It could well be. I must check it out afterwards.
Yeah, it's a mystery film. Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, right. I think that's well worth looking at. Yeah. Right.
There we go. That's the reason.
So,
like I say, when people mention things like Mulholland Drive, you get mixed up with things like Memento and all of these sort of things.
Oh, right. Yeah.
It's actually it's set in an apartment. That's the reason. That's the reason why I remember it. It's very stylized because it's a suicide.
Is it? Oh,
yeah, in an apartment block. Yeah, I haven't seen it for a long time.
Yeah.
But what I remember about it was I loved it when I saw it.
Yeah, yeah.
Is there through the lens? I'll just ask him. Is there a 4K of that now? Well, I'm going to check actually. Mulholland Drive 4K. Yeah, there is.
Oh, well, there you are.
It's a digipack.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
It don't fit your criteria.
No, it does.
It's got to be Steelbook, hasn't it?
1999. Yeah, it was released 2 years ago.
Yeah. Oh, right.
Or it's in the 2 for 30 quid.
Is it? Oh.
It's a Femme Fatale film. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. I remember it. Yeah, I remember it now. Yeah, so sorry, I'm not very good. I'm not very good sometimes with names.
Yeah, it's all right. God.
Really bad.
I can't remember how much my brain is going.
Yeah, but it's one of those things where sometimes I feel stupid because I go,
yeah, I do.
What that is.
Yeah. Sometimes like
somebody shows me the front cover of it, and I go, "Oh bloody hell! Yeah, of course I know."
Yeah. Well, it's like people. Sometimes the obvious people, I think, "Oh yeah, I know they are. I know the face, but I can't think of the name." And you think really stupid because it's quite an obvious name, and you're thinking, "Oh, I should know who that is." And then penny drops, and you go, yes.
It looks very much like you could buy it in the 2 for 30. I'm pretty sure I've got it, but I think I've got the Blu-ray, so I might upgrade my Blu-ray to 4K on that.
Which sale is that 2 for 30?
HMV.
Oh, HMV. Oh, right. Steve's Gaming. DV Boxer, I was disappointed in. The Worker, Charlie Drake. The first episode was hilarious, but the rest was dreadful. It's 5 DVDs, and we gave up by the third one. I must admit, I never found Charlie Drake very funny at all.
That's the funny thing. I
Never
remember
liked him that much.
I remember as a kid,
Yeah,
loving Charlie Drake.
yeah,
As a kid,
yeah,
it would be in the summer holidays, and ITV would show some of his films, not the TV programs, the film Charlie Drake, right? And I used to love all that. Hello, my darling.
yeah.
And all of this sort of stuff, right?
Yeah.
And I've only ever watched some of the TV stuff, right? I know that he couldn't act for 18 months because he was thrown through some wooden shelves or something and then chucked out of the window. And apparently the carpenters that worked on the set didn't make it breakable, so he nearly broke his collarbone and everything and all that sort of stuff. I know he died penniless.
Yeah.
He had to do stuff with Jim Davison. He had to do he had to do those sweary pantomime things.
Oh yeah, absolutely awful. That is sad.
It's a sad end to somebody that apparently was loved by the British. Yeah. I just remember him being very, very funny when I was a kid, and then I didn't hear about him for years and years and years. And and then I haven't thought about him since.
No,
other than his saying,
hello, my darlings, or something. Was it like that? It was just, I didn't really like him as a kid much. But there we are.
I'm with Steve. There's a lot of stuff that's overrated. There's a lot of stuff that in your mind, it tricks you into thinking it was good, and then when you rewatch it, it's a lot of shit.
Our memories are strange, aren't they? The way we think things were then, and then we look at them now and think, "Oh."
I tried to watch on Sundays. No word of a lie. The Oneiden line.
Oh, right? God, right? Yeah.
It was being shown on Gold or something.
Yeah,
right? And they said, "Oh, you're going to be able to watch the Oneiden line." And,
oh wow!
This was a fantastic show that was shown at lunchtimes. No, shown in the early evening on Sundays.
That's right. I remember it.
Right, and they played the music to it, and I was going,
people love the music
to that. Yeah. I watched 2 episodes of it and said, "What's this shit?"
Yeah, I can imagine.
It's all about a fishing company, and I was going, "Why did I watch this?"
Yes.
I remember my mum and dad watching it, and I had to go and have a bath every time it came on or something because it was school the next day or something. I'd hear the music and think, "Oh, I know what this is."
I just think millions of people were watching it and loved it. It was a big rating success. You wonder, don't you?
Yeah. So all I can say really is it's your brain tricks you. You think, "Oh, I remember that," and then you go, "What a load of shit that was." Triangle was another one.
It's really a love story, I think, between 2 characters, isn't it? I think
pretty much.
That's what it is. Really.
I know it's a family thing about a fishing business, and that they're
I think the story was that he married her so he could get hold of the company that she owned and the boats, and
honestly,
it all developed that kind of.
I was getting ready to watch this again, and I got 2 episodes in, and I went, "It's as boring as these last 2. You can forget it." They all had these accents, the sea, shanty accents.
Yeah,
I was just going, "This is bollocks."
Oh.
It's like upstairs. It's like your mind tricks you because, like I said, I was watching upstairs and downstairs, and I was going, "What's this bollocks?"
Yeah,
all this. With all these servants for these people that live in this home,
affected accents. Yeah.
I turned around and said, the only good thing is that the leading character went on to lead Bodie and Doyle in The Professional.
Gordon Jackson.
And then I turned it off. Well, for
that. And Jean Marsh was in that, and she was in Doctor Who. So
but no bugger can see her performance because all the episodes are destroyed. So there you are. Apparently, she is still rated as the shortest companion for the Doctor.
Yeah.
She died after 2 episodes, wasn't it?
Yeah. Well, there you are. Which was in Doctor Who. That's fair enough for me.
Yeah, there you go.
Tony, have you ever heard of the Black Torment 1964? I hadn't until I saw it while browsing the dreaded Amazon. Got it on DVD and found it enjoyable. Reminded me of a period psychological horror that Hammer may have produced, but didn't. Yeah,
Well, I can tell you,
yeah.
now. I've not heard of it. That one.
No. It sounds. I like the title. Immediately, sort of grabs you. The Black Torment, 1964. Yeah, fantastic. Well, it sounds interesting. And we've got through the line. Sharon Stone is hilarious in Catwoman. She falls because she saw herself in the mirror.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
She falls from a great height, doesn't she? Through paint glass.
Yeah.
Panes of glass, if I remember
right. Used to watch Alias Smith and Jones. I think it was Monday nights, on BBC. Yeah. It was great fun. The Trinity films, there you are spaghetti westerns. Never got into comedy spaghetti much. Well, there we are. The Trinity films.
Well, I knew they were westerns, but I just didn't. I just wanted to know what's a couple of titles.
Yeah,
because then I might recognize them.
Yeah. And Tony says, "Where Eagles there? Second for me." Oh, that's the we're about the Ron Goodwin.
Well, he was talking about Miss Marple, and he said, "Where Eagles there?"
Yeah, that's right.
You really, 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 really need to listen to Flight of the Doves. Yeah. That's all I got to say. Flight of the Doves is an exceptional score. An exceptional score by Ron Goodwin. I can't say any more than that because it's just one of my all-time favorites.
Yeah.
Beautiful score. It's gorgeous as a main theme.
Mark
that's it. Hannibal Hayes and Kid Curry.
Yeah, that's it. And Alias Smith and Jones. Also, Trinity is my name, and Trinity is still my name. Terence Hill and Bud Spencer starred in them.
So it's Trinity is my name, and Trinity is still my name. I know Terence Hill. Don't know Bud Spencer much.
No.
Terence Hill, I know. Okay.
Yeah.
Trinity is my name. Okay.
Yeah. Tony Oak says Radiant seems to specialize in Italian, Japanese, and to a lesser extent other European films. Oh, that's a good.
Yeah, summary. I suppose I really should expand my knowledge of foreign films because I've got foreign films because I've got things like Nikita and the Big Blue and all of that. Those French Luc Besson films, but I never really went into Japanese films a lot or Italian films or whatever. I don't know why. It's just I didn't watch much with subtitles and stuff in, but I have no problem with them.
No,
but
it's a good label. It's developed quite well, and I say it must be about 3 releases a month. So they're building up quite a catalogue.
Well, I did see this week that they're releasing the Seventh Samurai or something on.
Is it them that are doing that?
They're doing a box set of it.
Yeah.
And I went, well, there's one film that I ought to buy because everybody talks about that. The Seven.
That's true. Yeah.
The Magnificent Seven is based around the Seventh Samurai.
Yeah.
But some people have told me, oh, it's not all what it cracked up to be, and others say, oh, it's the best thing since sliced bread. And then I see the price as being $29.99, and sometimes I feel like I might pull the trigger on that. But I know how much I'm spending, so I go, maybe I won't.
What ones got Radians are releasing lots of Italian, Japanese, and other European films, as well as some American films that haven't seen the light on Blu-ray. Ah, right.
Light of Day on Blu-ray.
Yeah. And laugh
Jinx.
out loud, Jinx, Tony.
Yeah, in other words, snap.
I was first. Yes.
I did notice, though, hang on a minute. I did notice, though, you both put the countries in the same bloody order. I reckon somebody's copying and pasting. Plagiarism.
Stephen Moles. Hey up, Ian and Delboy. Have you seen any of these films starring Peter Cushing? Torture Garden, yeah. The Beast Must Die, Captain Clegg, yeah. Corruption, oh yeah. The Devil's Man.
The Beast Must Die and Captain Clegg, I've definitely seen.
Yeah, I've seen that. And Torture Garden, that's the one that's an anthology. There's lots of stories in
so
that.
I would have seen that. Would have been under what's it called?
It's on Indicator, I think. I think it's Indicator. It's not the best anthology series, to be honest, but it's okay. Corruption is very good because Peter Cushing is playing quite a different role for him. He's not a very nice guy in Corruption, as I remember, and he's trying to do for his wife. Is it where he I'm sure he's trying to do something really weird, like skin transplants or something for his wife. It's something weird.
Did you say
not
Peter?
A nice guy.
Did you say Peter Cushing?
Yeah, Peter Cushing.
It's Cushing.
Cushing.
Peter Cushing.
Yeah, Cushing. Yeah, well, there you are.
What's this Peter Cushing? What?
He sits on a cushion.
I sit on a cushion also. I'm called Peter.
The Devil's Man, I don't know. Is that the one where he's with Donald Pleasance? I don't know. It could be. I know there's one I've got with that, but it may not be the Devil's Man.
It's just The Beast Must Die and Captain Clegg stuck out for me.
Yeah, Captain Clegg.
Torture Garden, I remember now that you mention it because I've seen those horror anthologies that we're talking about. They're not Hammer. Fun. I keep thinking they're not Hammer. They're
Amicus.
Amicus. That's it.
Yeah.
Amicus.
Yeah.
And the Amicus film that I really want is From Beyond the Grave, isn't it? I keep telling you that, don't I? I keep saying I want that one where he's in a curiosity shop and he's the owner and all of that. So the others, Corruption and Devil's Men.
Corruption is very good, as I remember. Was that? I think that might be another Indicator release. I've got it. I've actually got a special edition, which is quite rare of me to get those. The way you get the book.
Now you've got all boutique on me again. You see, so
the Devil's Man. I'm not sure, but I have got one where he's with Donald Pleasance. It could be that one. I don't know.
He's with Donald Pleasance in every other film, weren't he? In the 70s,
Donald Pleasance was in every. Yeah, he never turned down work, did he?
You couldn't move from being in a Donald Pleasance film.
Yeah,
anything.
Oh yeah. I'm sure for him it was another. Oh, he's in it for about 5 minutes in film, and I'll take it. He'd do anything, wouldn't he? Donald Pleasance. Tell you what, seen those Cushing films, except Beast Must Die, waiting on the pile somewhere. Yeah, you've got a big watch pile, Tony, haven't you? Here we are, Through the Lens. The 3 color films are all based on different feelings. Blue is sadness and longing. Red is anger and regret. And white is lust and fear. All 3 of them culminate in this mix of colors. So there you are.
Yeah.
Is that the werewolf film? I don't know which one he's talking about. Is that the Beast in the Cellar? Yeah, the Beast Must Die. I think that's the werewolf one. Mark, yes, I think so. The that's in one of my piles too.
He's got
Um,
Mark Fletcher's got piles. I do feel
he's
for you.
got piles,
Yeah, I do feel for you. It's not the nicest of things to have that.
So anybody does, yeah. Piles, yeah. Tony says, yeah. Steve Moore says, I own the 2-disc special edition DVDs of the original Star Wars films, where you get the original theatrical versions of each film. The only problem is they're not ends they're in 4.3 letterbox.
Oh, right. Okay. 4:3 is what they call a ratio.
Yeah.
Right. 4:3 is what they call is the dimensions of what the TV screen is. So that means it
Oh,
wouldn't
right.
be
Yeah.
that means it wouldn't be widescreen.
Yeah. Yeah.
What you have is 16:9, that's widescreen. 20, then you got 2:4:9 to 1. That's really wide. That's like Lawrence of Arabia wide.
Yeah.
So 4:3, that's TV. But I've never heard it called letterbox. 4:3 is non-letterbox, pan and scan.
Yeah.
What they used to call pan and scan.
Yeah.
I think I'm right in that. It's been a long time since I started talking ratios.
Yeah.
But if you look at a normal TV screen, it's square, so it's 4:3. That'd be if you look, there wouldn't be there isn't that much of a difference between 4:4 or 3:3. 4:3 means there might be a slight border at the top and bottom.
Yeah. I
But
think now though
it used to be called the old pan and scan standard. That's
most TVs are now not like that, are they?
No, they're 16:9 or 16:10.
Yeah.
16:9 or 16:10 generally.
Through the lens, there is a Mulholland Drive 4K. That's what you said. Yeah. I bought it before work this week. There you are.
Yeah, so you went to HMV or somewhere and bought
it. I got a hit there as I've worked tomorrow. But amazing stream as always. Look forward to the next one. Thank you so much
for
joining us. Yeah. And then we've got Tony. I have a couple of Charlie Drake films. For me, he's in the same category as Hancock. Okay, but nothing special in my opinion.
Yeah, he's got more of a history than he has. He's got more of a history of being liked than he has being liked, I should think.
Yeah.
People will remember him fondly, but if you actually watch it, you'll go, "Why?"
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
If you want, you're right. I look at it like this: you're either a Normal Wisdom fan or you're not, right?
Yeah.
And if you like Normal Wisdom, you'll just turn around and say, "Do you know what? The history of that guy, fantastic." And if you watch his films, the majority of them gems, right?
There
are people that will always turn around and say, "Can't stand the guy." What the fuck all that about? And I don't like him. Now, for the people that do like him, they'll turn around and say he is not overrated. He really was a tour de force. I sort of like sit in that band. I remember Normal Wisdom as a kiddie. I watched Normal Wisdom films last year, the year before. I think The Early Bird is brilliant. The Square Peg. They are not carry-on films. They are films that you either love or you don't. And some people can sit in front of one that has never seen a Normal Wisdom film, and literally you're going to be in one of two categories. I loved that film or I hated it.
Yeah.
And then every film that you watch, if you sit in the part of I don't like Normal Wisdom, then you're gonna hate every film.
Yeah.
But I mean, to me, as soon as I saw The Early Bird, right, and knew that first part of that film was done in virtually one take, and it was done set to the music of Ron Goodwin. It's just brilliant. It's all it is Norman Wisdom trying to make a cup of tea and give it to Mr.
Yeah.
Riverdale,
Yeah.
right? And and the woman, I've forgotten her name,
Yeah.
while he's half asleep, and that's
Yeah.
all it is, right? And it's got this fantastic Ron Goodwin tune, right? And it's played this tune. It's choreographed all
Yeah.
the way through it. It is
Yeah.
absolutely fantastic.
Yeah.
And it's the best. It's probably my favorite 10 minutes of the film.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'd say it's about 10 minutes long. I don't know, might be shorter, but it's just, I mean, I swear Ernie the Milkman is based around that film.
Yeah. Yeah.
I reckon Benny Hill watched that, turned it around and said, right, I'm going to make up a character called Ernie and make a tune.
Yeah.
That's what it is. It's Ernie the Milkman, that story. Where it's two milk companies that can't work in the same city together. So
yeah.
they tried to outdo each other. Brilliant, though. Anyway, I've spent far too much
says Peter Gilmore was better in the Carry-Ons than O'Neid in. Yeah, I agree. He did appear in some Carry-On films. Yeah.
Yeah.
Stephen Mills, some good documentaries to check out. Robo Doc, I've seen a lot of people mention that. The Robert Englund story. Cursed Films, Ghostbusters, Cleaning Up the Town, Back in Time, For the Love of Spock, Ghost Heads, another Ghostbusters documentary. So there's quite a few
I've seen RoboDoc. I've seen Ghostbusters Cleaning Up the Town. I've seen For the Love of Spock.
Oh, right.
Not quite sure of the others. I don't think I've seen Ghost Heads.
No. I don't think I've seen any of them, actually. I've heard of For the Love of Spock.
Oh, Cursed Films I have, because Cursed Films did those. They came out as a Blu-ray collection, didn't they? And they did things like the Twilight Zone and all the deaths and all the stuff.
Right.
All that went on in the back of the sets of these films that are cursed, weren't they?
Yeah.
Twilight Zone was one of them. Yeah, I've seen
right.
that.
Yeah.
I've got the first Blu-ray of that.
Yeah. I bet they did Poltergeist as well.
Yeah, Poltergeist was there. Yeah. They're like 50-minute documentaries. That was a season. That's a season long, if you see what I mean.
Let's see what we've got here. Oh, Richard. Evening, chaps. Hello.
Ooh.
We're here. Still here. Stephen Mull says, I watched Split Second, the Japanese cut, starring Rutger Hauer. It was good. The only problem, it has Japanese subtitles burnt in. Yes. I can see that might be a problem.
I haven't seen that. Split Second. It rings a bell, probably because of a game called Split Second, not because of a film.
Oh, well, this is interesting. Mark Fletcher says, Split Second, one of the wettest film sets I have ever seen.
All right.
All right.
I like that picture of a dog with a toupee on.
Then I watched the Japanese director's cut of Johnny Mnemonic, which was as good as well.
Oh, have you ever seen Johnny Mnemonic?
No, I've heard about it.
It's Keanu Reeves. He's got part of his brain taken away, and he's got a hard drive, and he's a courier. He's a courier for like the mafia and these special people.
Yeah.
And he wants his memories back. He wants his brain back, basically.
You're right.
He does this one job, and he tells these people that he can store more than he actually can. And the only way that you can get these memories out of this hard drive is to display several pictures in sequence. That's the security on it.
Yeah.
And anyway, he gets tracked by all these Japanese mafia things. So I haven't seen the Japanese director's cut, but Johnny Mnemonic, I bought the Laserdisc of that, and then it got panned. I remember buying it, and it was before it was even released as a picture over here. It was before it was even at the cinemas. And I watched it and I liked it. And then Barry Norman and all the reviews came out. They all universally panned this film. And I was going, oh, I liked it. I don't know why I liked it now.
Yeah.
And it's been panned ever since, to be quite honest. Nobody has a good word to say about it.
Really? I've not seen it.
Right. It's very manga.
Yeah. Do you have a favorite Pete Walker film? I watched Schizo 1976 recently. Personally, I still find I like House of Mortal Sin the best. A great performance from Anthony Sharp as the priest.
I don't have a favorite Pete Walker film, I have to say. No.
I think the only one I remembered is it The House of Whipcord? I think that's the only one I remember. There is another one, I'm sure, with Susan George in, and the title is just completely forgotten, as it normally does, which I think is quite good. I'm sure that could have been Pete Walker. I may be wrong. I'm sure the House of Whipcord was definitely Pete Walker, which is quite good. Yeah. So sorry, Tony. My brain isn't operating as usual. Steve Moles, the Eiger Sanction is being released on 4K in November by Kino Lorber, one of my favorite Clint Eastwood movies.
Yeah.
Yeah, they come. Kino Lorber is mentioned quite a lot, isn't it? They're American, aren't they?
Aren't they Australian?
Or are they Australian? Are they? Oh,
isn't that where I got my Martian Chronicles?
I don't know.
Oh no, that isn't them, is it? No, they're American, like you say. They're American, like you said.
Yeah. And they're quite expensive to import, I think.
Like Vinegar Syndrome, yeah, that's the reason why I don't do it. The Eiger Sanction. Now, I've watched the Eiger Sanction many times. I've seen it in pan and scan, which is bloody awful.
Yeah.
I saw it on the BBC in pan and scan for years and years and years, and it was bloody awful on there.
Yeah.
I then saw they released it on VHS as part of the widescreen collection and loved it.
Yeah.
And then I didn't watch it for years and years and years until it turned up in a Clint Eastwood box set. It's a white box set with about 8 films or 9 films in it. And then all of a sudden it was being shown on TV and everything. As soon as I bought this box set, I thought, bloody hell, what's going on? It's like exploded, right?
Yeah.
And I bought this box set really for Play Misty for me, because Play Misty for me is
one
of my favorite
films.
Yeah. These were 9 or 10 films in a white box set. And what I remember about the Eiger Sanction is just how beautiful it's shot. I mean, it's all about mountaineering, right? But they actually go to Arizona in the Kings Valley, the very famous rock formations that are in the Arizona desert, right? And it just looks gorgeous. I kept thinking, what's his name? That famous bloke who's in Naked Gun and the Eiger Sanction, and what's his name? Quite chocky, quite stocky. What's his name? I'm gonna have to look it up. And I just thought to myself, how the hell did he get up that mountain? I'll tell you his name.
Is he the baddie in it?
No, hang on. It's George Kennedy. Right. So George Kennedy is in the Eiger Sanction. He's following Clint Eastwood up this mountain, and I'm going, how does George Kennedy get up that mountain? Because he's quite stocky, and he doesn't look like he doesn't exactly fulfill you that that he could actually do it. Where Clint Eastwood is that wiry, he's got an inner strength to him type thing. I just thought to myself, how did that bastard get up that mountain?
Yeah.
I mean, have you seen him in Naked Gun? He must have put on he must have been about 260 pounds. And how did he get up that mountain? I'm just going. So every time I see George Kennedy, I forget to myself how good an actor he was back in the day,
Yeah.
and that how much of a joke he was a little bit towards the end. You know what I mean? He was just in every film that was bad.
Yeah.
For a number of years. But no, the Eiger Sanction is just superbly shot as a film.
Yeah.
Not maybe as a story, but as a cinematography thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Gorgeous.
We got Tony O says, "Oh yeah, I have Devil's Men on DVD. It is the one with Donald Pleasance. Yeah. Peter Cushing, Donald Pleasance. Steve's Gaming. Norman Wisdom. I defy anyone to watch the first 10 minutes of The Early Bird and not laugh.
Yeah.
There you are. And Tony says, I much prefer Norman Wisdom to Hancock and Drake. Got the DV set of all his comedies. Think my favorite is On the Beat. There you are.
Is On the Beat the one where is On the Beat the one where he has to dress up as a Italian hairdresser?
Oh.
And he has because he looks exactly like him or something. So he becomes a special agent in the police force, and he has to do this special walk and that as if he was a boutique thing, and he just gets it all wrong. I'm pretty sure that's the one. I might be wrong though.
Yeah,
that's funny.
I agree totally about him. I watched him. When I was a kid.
I remember going into the chat rooms and talking about Normal Wisdom, and I was virtually frog marched off of the chat. It was like, oh, Normal Wisdom, bag of shit. Oh, anybody who watches Normal Wisdom, and I'm going, oh bloody hell! I thought everybody loved Normal Wisdom. Shit,
yeah.
So I had to then turn around and go, well, I like Normal Wisdom, but I don't like all his films because I didn't want to look like I was.
Yeah.
I didn't want to look stupid. But all the others were just turning around and saying, oh, bag of shit, horrible. I thought everybody loved Normal Wisdom. There you go.
Yeah, I've got a couple of his films.
I had this Normal Wisdom complete collection set.
One Good Turn and The Early Bird are the films that I've got.
Oh, The Early Bird's a classic. I mean, you got the best one. You've got the best one. Was his last film, What's So Good for the Goose is Also Good for the Gander? Is that his
great
last
title? No, I don't know.
And it stars, what's her name from Bless This House? The girl.
Oh, what? Sid James's wife?
No, the girl, the daughter.
Oh, the girl. Oh, that's going.
Is that Jackie Geeson or something?
Yes. Judy. Is it Judy?
Judy, right.
I think
the story of What's So Good for the Goose is Also Good for the Gander is Norman is going to a business convention, and he gets a touch of the midlife crisis. He bumps into these two girls wearing mini skirts and that. And basically, he turns into a hippie. He has an affair with her.
Yeah.
And each time he goes back to his wife, I think, full of remorse. But he's so in love with her. It's like he wanted to become that young person again.
Oh.
And I think, just like everything, I think he sang the title theme. What's so good for the goose is also good for the gander. And I remember seeing it as a kid, and it's one of those sad stories, you feel sorry.
Yeah.
You look at it now and you'd think to yourself, dirty old man, 40-odd-year-old bloke trying to go out with a 17 or 18-year-old or something, that likes to go night clubbing and all of that sort of stuff, I mean, it's a bit of a weird film to watch now. I'm pretty sure that was his last film. It's like 1969.
Yeah. But I'd say that again. I know it was a different time and how things were. When you look at some
Yeah.
Carry On films, and you'd think the same in that. Sid James, and all these young girls and that. Have you? It's how it just was
Yeah.
how they did it really at the time.
They all
Yeah,
lasted around about the same amount of years, didn't they? Norman
yeah,
Wisdom started off early 50s and ended 69.
yeah.
The Carry On started what? End of the 50s, start
The
of the
end of
60s, and
'50s.
ended
Yeah,
77.
yeah,
There isn't that much between how many years they both lasted as a series.
yeah, yeah. I
If you think
remember that
about it.
Norman Wisdom lived to quite an old age because he used to do like stand-up performances,
Oh, it's
and he
so
was
sad what
doing
happened.
those for years.
It's so sad what happened
Yeah.
to him, but
Um, was he put in a nursing home or something
yeah.
like that?
His his his
Yeah.
his his daughter and his son couldn't. He basically got Alzheimer's disease. They protected him.
Oh,
They protected him for years and
yeah,
years and years. But they were given such a tongue lashing for putting him in a nursing home because Normal Wisdom is such a beloved character. It's like, how
yeah,
can you put your dad in a nursing home that's
yeah,
done so much for you as kids? Because I think his son owns a sports shoe shop,
yeah.
something like that. Anyway, he had a house in the Isle of Wight, was it? It was off on one of the islands, like
Yeah,
Jersey or Isle of Wight.
yeah,
They had to sell his house and his cars. Apparently, his cars were sold off one by one because he lost his license. But
oh,
because of his Alzheimer's, he didn't
yeah,
understand why they were being
yeah,
sold. See what I mean? It's a sad story, but apparently there was a code word so that even his agent for years couldn't go and see him. But that's because
mm,
apparently he couldn't remember who his agent was.
oh,
And so
yeah,
that was sad for the agent, really,
yeah,
his
yeah,
manager. It's a
yeah,
it's a difficult story. If you actually watch the documentary on it, you'll see that there's a very big misconception between family that you think is a bastard for treating him this way, and
yeah,
family that are protecting him and misleading the public because they were only trying to help their dad, and nobody
yeah,
seemed to understand what Alzheimer's does to you.
yeah, yeah. Mm.
So it is a sad story, yeah. Apparently, he was the Queen's comic for years.
Oh, yeah,
The one
yeah,
thing that nobody liked him doing, but he never understood why people always castrated him for it, is eating with his mouth open. Apparently, he used to do that as a joke, but it
yeah,
weren't funny. And yet, every
yeah.
time people went up to him and said, "That's not funny, Norman," he
Mm.
just used to keep laughing and keep doing it. And he did it in front of the Queen once.
Oh.
Yeah, several times. So yeah.
um, Mark Fletcher says, "Have you seen the film Grizzly? It's basically Jaws in the woods. People rarely rate it as a classic. I can see what they see. It's about as good as a made-for-TV movie. Disappointing."
You know what? The only Grizzly film that it's in the woods that I really, really rate, and I haven't got it on Blu-ray or 4K, is The Edge. A film called The Edge with Anthony Hopkins. Anthony Hopkins is a very expensive billionaire, and his wife has an affair with Alec Baldwin. And they go off on a plane to do a shoot, and these birds fly into this plane, and it crash lands in the middle of the snowy wilderness. And the three people that survive the plane are attacked by a grizzly.
Yeah.
And that's when you learn that grizzlies, once they've got your scent in blood, that's it.
Oh, right.
But it's a great film. It's got a Jerry Goldsmith score. And a fantastic Jerry Goldsmith score, should I say. And it's good because what Anthony Hopkins has to do is save the person who's having an affair with his wife. Would you do that?
All right.
You know, a
Interesting.
grizzly's after you. It'd be so easy for you to just turn around and say,
Yeah.
I'm gonna let the grizzly eat you, you bastard.
Yeah.
But he teaches him so much. He says, look, I've got a paper clip on me, and he puts it on a leaf, and he says, see, it faces north because it points to the north, because I've magnetized the end by rubbing it against nylon and putting it on a leaf and all of this sort of stuff. You learn a lot from the film, but it's the thing that's magnetic about it is Alec Baldwin and Anthony Hopkins. Anthony Hopkins is just fantastic in that film. Brilliant. The Edge. You've got to see, if you've never seen that film, I'm going to send you that tonight.
Wow.
What a film. Wow. That is a film.
The only film that I've seen with a bear was pretty awful, and that was in recent years, was Cocaine Bear, I think it's called, and it was awful. It just wasn't very good. I think that's only a couple of years old, but not very good. But that one sounds more interesting, far more interesting.
I've seen Grizzly Adams.
Oh yeah, I've heard of Grizzly Adams. Yeah. Wow.
I remember BJ and the Bear. I can't say how many Grizzly films I remember, but I remember those two.
There's some good, let's have a look here. We've got
every which way but loose with the orangutan.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one.
Anyway, we won't go on about Grizzlies and things.
Stephen Ball says it's going to be a busy November for Eastwood movies. Play Misty for Me and Two Mules for Sister Sarah, also released on 4K by Kino Lorber.
Well, I'd be very upset because I can't buy Play Misty from Kino Lorber. It'd be too expensive. But Play Misty for me is just one of those all-time great films. I remember I've met Clint Eastwood, and he filmed that along the same Interstate 1 that goes to Carmel, where he was mayor of Carmel, if you remember rightly, for a number of years, and he has a hotel there, and that's where I met him, playing piano in his hotel.
Yeah.
Play Misty for Me. Such a she's a bitch. She's a crazy bitch.
Yeah.
I mean, Christ, he's a DJ, isn't he, on a radio station?
Right, yeah.
And phoning him up saying, "Can you play Misty for me?"
She's relentless, isn't she? In the end,
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
That was his first directional debut, wasn't it?
That's right. And what a great film to debut with, yeah.
So I want to go and watch that tonight now.
Yeah.
I love that film.
Let's have a look here. Two Wheels for Sister Sarah is a favorite of mine, but the 4K will need to have a lot of interesting extras to make me upgrade from the Blu-ray. Yeah. And Mark says Split Second is set in a future version of London. Oh, where the sea level has risen. Yeah, everything is under a few inches of water. Rutger Hauer is hunting an alien who killed his partner. He plays a cop.
I do remember it. Is that was an early 90s, late 80s film, wasn't it?
Yeah, I seem to vaguely remember that. Yeah.
I remember seeing it on the shelf.
Yeah.
I don't know how many times I saw it. I might have seen it once.
Yeah.
I like dystopian futures.
Yeah.
Or science fiction. You know, when you were talking last time about that film with Cheryl Ladd in it, Millennium. Right?
Millennium. Oh yeah.
It's one of those. It's one of those type films, you know, where you've seen it and you go, "Oh, that was all right. That was."
Yeah.
And you forget about it. Split Second, I think, is one of those sort of ones.
Oh right. Tony says, "Oh yeah, Die Screaming Marianne is the Susan George Pete Walker film. That's it. Yeah, bit slow for me, but okay. She's definitely the best thing about it. Yeah, Susan George is always worth watching. That is the one I've got. Yeah. I have a soft spot for Split Second. It's pretty bad, but I love it. That's Buckgun movies.
Yeah.
It's as good as Catwoman. Let's look at it as that.
Bloody Catwoman shit. The other film's better. Easy. Don't go on about Catwoman bag of shit.
Yeah. Bah.
You know, Spit the dog.
Bar humbug.
You know, Spit the dog.
Yeah.
That's what every time you say Catwoman, you go.
Nay,
Catwoman.
lad. And McMahon says as Kim Cattrall in it too. All right.
Kim Cattrall. Yeah.
Split second. Yeah.
That's no endorsement, is it?
Oh dear. Matt Fletcher, I heard the song "Music" by John Miles, yesterday, and I'm sure that Blake Seven ripped off a part of that song. Yeah, I've got the album with John Miles. It was a big sort of hit at the time. And another one, which I forgot, "High Fly," I think, or something like that, was the other single on the album. I didn't know about Blake Seven ripping part of that song. I don't know.
What? What, the main theme?
That's what I think he might be implying. I don't know. Yeah. Have you heard "Music" by John Miles?
No, I think I might have done.
It's up your street, actually. Definitely up your street. Yeah.
Probably have, but I don't remember. I don't remember.
It's quite a big, epic kind of song. Yeah. I just thought you'd have really liked that one. Yeah. Up your street, lad.
I probably have.
Yeah.
I just don't think of it.
John Miles, the debut album it was from.
I keep thinking of, every time you mention John Miles, I keep thinking of Robert Miles. I don't know why.
Oh.
That's Children and all of that stuff.
Oh, God. Right. Steve Mull says, what do you guys think of the film Lord of Illusions?
Oh, Christ.
The director's cut on DVD last night, which you get with the Blu-ray. A good film.
I remember Lord of Illusions. It's all right.
It's okay. I don't really have much opinion on it. I don't remember it. No. Sorry. Tony York says, great actor George Kennedy. Saw him recently in Nightmare at Noon. He played a sheriff pursuing a mad albino scientist. That's a great description. Mad albino scientist.
See, this is the thing. It's just I remember George Kennedy as being the joke of Hollywood. And I'm not being sarcastic or nasty towards him. He was absolutely in everything, and everything he touched was bad.
Right.
You know, it's like he'd turn up at the, it's almost like it'd be in a film if he was there to cut a red ribbon or something in it. You know what I mean? Like, but I know how good an actor he was, and I loved him in the Naked Gun films. But it's just, all I'm saying is there was a glut of films I remember. You know, he was in everything. He was in like the Poseidon Adventure, or he was in Earthquake, or he was in
that one.
You know what I mean? He was in every disaster film that was going, during the 70s and all of this sort of stuff. And eventually his name just become a joke.
Yeah.
And yet I love him. I think he's brilliant.
Yeah. Tony Hawk says, yes, Del, years since I saw it, but I do remember him impersonating an Italian, Norman Wisdom.
That's Norman Wisdom, isn't it?
Yeah.
I can even remember the tune that's in it. It's an obvious Ron Goodwin, because he did the Norman Wisdom.
Yeah.
But it went something like da 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 and he had to do this sort of like Italian, like a gay Italian, and he did it in a specific way, and he had to, because he was going to go in as a policeman because he looks facially just like him. You know what I mean? And so he had to play him, and you know how Norman is, he's a clumsy klutz. But he had to go around, like as if he was an Italian hairstylist. He goes, oh, I'm Italian, and I'm going to get and all of this sort of stuff, and go away, and all this. And he just couldn't do it. You know what I mean? He was just going to fall fat on his face. You know what I mean? but they kept showing these films of this Italian bloke doing a walk, and he just couldn't do. He's like, I got to walk like this with one arm like this, and so I I just remember it, just funny.
Let's see. We've got Stephen Moore says Vigilante starring Robert Foster is a good film. Vigilant. Sorry, not Vigilante. Vigilant.
All right.
Robert Foster.
I was going to say, I thought that was Vigilante.
Yeah, it's your brain sort of read something that's not there. Muckman Movies. You watch some weird shit, Tony. Yes, well, yeah,
no, he doesn't. He watches the same shit we watch.
Muckman Movies. Anyone doing a horror marathon in October? I'll be doing the Terrifier films for the first time. I don't think I can't run a marathon. I really can't. So I won't be doing a marathon of films.
I used to be able to eat a marathon, but they changed it to Snickers.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They were good, weren't they?
They changed it to Snickers.
Definitely.
Now, I told you last time that it was I was told that the Terrifier films are great, and I told you that I'd pre-ordered the third one.
That's right, yeah.
So I couldn't do it because I haven't got the first two yet. They haven't arrived.
Yeah.
I have no idea, but I couldn't do a horror marathon. Like you, I couldn't do a horror marathon.
Yeah. My argument is with horror, I watch it all year round, so I don't tend to do anything different in October. Yeah, I mean that's how it is. I know people are watching film every day. They're watching a horror film. Well,
I remember being around. I remember being around last year, Ian, in the going around the chat things, with Pete and and all of that sort of stuff. Everybody was happy as pigs in shit during October because all they kept talking about was horror films. Every time there was nothing. Nobody was talking science fiction. Nobody was talking comedy. Nobody was talking drama. I felt out of my element because I don't know enough about horrors.
Yeah.
And that's why I got so involved with trying to understand horrors by saying, do you know what? I've watched a lot of horrors, but I haven't watched anything like you guys. You're talking about Terrifier and you're talking about all of these. And I said, I'm going to have to follow you guys because I'm going to need to know. A year on, the weird thing about it is they talked horror films all the way through January, February, March.
Yeah, exactly. It's no different.
And now I just wonder what they're going to talk about in this October because it's 12 months on, and you must have talked about every horror film a million times.
Yeah.
So what is there to talk about?
I mean,
I must have about it to death.
I must admit, I obviously still love horror films, but I love a lot of films, and I'm sort of more deliberately trying to watch other film genres as well. I've got this thing, but I haven't really got there yet. I want to watch a lot more old classic films.
Yeah.
And when I say the word classic, I'm talking 1940s, 50s, even perhaps 30s as well.
Yeah, probably.
I want to watch some old films.
Well, I suppose what I'm trying to watch is the bits of film that are after the Universal monsters of 10 years. So from they started about 31, 32.
That's right.
Dracula and Frankenstein.
Yeah.
When you get to 42, you're in the middle of the war.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of films called Curse of the Werewolf or whatever it is, right? Or Monster. And up until the 50s, where Hammer took over, I don't know what horror film, what happened with horror films, right? Was there a lot of films with Bela Lugosi in it? Were there a lot of horror films with Boris Karloff? Did they all just slacken off? I don't know. So I'm starting myself to go, do you know what? That's probably the period of time where I don't know enough.
Yeah, I'm trying to educate myself that, but also I'm interested in looking at film noir. I want to look at that more. I want to look at gangster films. When you think of all the gangster films, there's quite a lot.
Oh, Jimmy Cagney and all of that.
That's right.
Angels with Dirty Faces and all of that.
And just thrillers. Not necessarily, films like Betty Davis, looking at some of her films. I'd
Oh,
like
well,
to
I've seen
see
a
her
lot of.
original.
I've got a huge
Yeah,
collection of Betty Davis films
yeah.
that I
I'd
bought.
love to. So that these are the sort of things I'm trying to look at as well. Barbara Stanwyck, all that kind of era of films. There's a film I've got to watch again is Double Indemnity, which Barbara Stanwyck is in. I know for certain, and there's just that period of films. I'm just interested to. I'll still be watching. You know, I still enjoy watching sort of new modern stuff, but it's good to look back at film history and just see a lot of older of the old
It's very.
classic
I
films.
must admit, it's very difficult sometimes to get something like a collection of Betty Davis films because they're very, very cheap. Some of
Yeah,
them. But
yeah,
the trouble is, you can never have a big collection because she was a paid actress for Warner Brothers.
yeah,
Then she had a big fight with them, didn't she? And she
yeah,
then sued Jack Warner,
yeah,
and she turned down the Wizard of Oz
yeah,
thing. No, it was Gone with the Wind.
yeah,
That's it. She did another film, went over to London, did another film, and then by that point, um, she was paid off. And then she worked for other studios, so you can't really have a whole collection unless you
yeah,
buy them in
yeah,
bits, because Warner's don't own all of her films. But she's
yeah,
been in, and she did go back to Warner and did things like Death on the Nile and things like that
yeah,
later on. But you tend to find that she did more TV stuff from the
yeah,
50s onwards.
yeah,
She did do, the Whatever Happened to Baby Jane and
yeah.
all of that. But after that,
But
it's not
there
that
is,
her career. It's not that her career floundered. It's just that she
yeah,
basically decided she'd rather do theatre work. I think,
yeah.
if I remember rightly.
I think it's just fascinating to look at these films, you know, from that era,
Well, that
and
big
I'm
fallout with
delving into. I'm going
that
to
big
see.
fallout with Joan Crawford must have done
Yeah,
any damage.
yeah. That film, Whatever Happened to Baby Jane, is brilliant. I've got
It is
that.
a
That
brilliant
is, yeah,
film.
it's absolutely
I
brilliant.
keep needing to get that on 4K.
Yeah, I ain't got 4K. I've got a Blu-ray of it, but it's absolutely brilliant. Absolutely
But
love
it
it.
looks so stunning in Blu-ray as well, isn't it? The black
Yeah,
and white is
yeah.
pixel.
In fact, it was probably one of the very first Blu-ray films I
It's
got.
pitch sharp.
It's
I mean, it
brilliant.
really is
Yeah.
sharp.
It's a film I remember watching on the TV. I've watched it. I think I've even seen it on the big screen as well. At a
But I
film
tell you
club.
what, if you could ever get to see the TV series Feuds,
Yeah.
where Susan Sarandon plays Betty Davis,
Oh, right.
I've
Yeah.
forgotten who plays Joan Crawford. It's basically the first 4 episodes are based around the filming of Baby Jane.
Yeah.
The
Oh,
last 4 episodes are around the
yeah.
way Joan Crawford tried to persuade the Academy not to give Betty Davis the
Yes. Yeah.
third
Yeah.
Oscar.
Yeah.
But yeah, Joan Crawford, she was on her way out, and it was only her husband, who owns the Coca-Cola company, that basically kept her in a lap
Yeah.
of luxury. They all didn't want to get old. Nobody would hire
No.
them because they were getting old.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I mean, this is how good Bette Davis is. She didn't care to show what she looked like without makeup on, and show herself up as an old hag
Yeah.
in that film. Where
Yeah.
Joan Crawford said, "Oh no, I must have my makeup on." And
Yeah. I can imagine. Yeah.
that's why she got that role, because she
Yes.
still
Yeah.
looked beautiful.
Yeah.
And there's Betty
Yeah.
Davis, looking at like an old
Yeah.
hag.
Yeah. And she
You know,
carried on making films, all
just a
through '60s.
real
Yeah.
lady.
Yeah.
I know that everybody says that she was difficult to work with, but apparently it's just that she hated people that were prima donnas on set. I
Yes.
remember her famously saying, Marilyn Monroe, she said, "I don't understand how she ever got a career, because she was just a prima donna. She would not come out of the dressing
Yeah.
room, because people might look at her or
Yeah.
something like this. You've been paid to be in a film. It's a job. You
Yeah.
should therefore present your craft." And this is
Yeah.
how Betty Davis, she was a chain smoker. She'd go on places like Parkinson, and she'd tell all these
Yeah.
stories about Marilyn Monroe and all of this sort of
Yeah.
stuff. And I'm just intrigued by everything she said. Everything she said, I wanted to know what was going on.
Yeah. I
'Cause it
think
just
I
seemed-
heard as well, she was very much the people that made the films, the workers around the films. She
Yeah.
was very popular because she
Oh,
took an
yeah.
interest in them. She wasn't aloof from everybody. So that's a good positive side of her, isn't
Most
it?
of her husbands treated her like a right bitch
Yeah,
and
yeah,
had affairs. And one died, didn't they? One of them died. Well,
yeah.
well, they're all dead now. But what I'm
I mean,
saying is one of them.
it's interesting how she was quite a beautiful woman in her heyday, but how
Yeah,
she just let that go on. You know, I think that's great. That's what a great person she was, really, a great woman that she was like that. I think that's really good. She
yeah,
epitomized kind of the sort of Hollywood actress, the one, and she was good. I think, yeah, I like that sort of golden age, you know, and she went beyond that.
yeah.
Really good. So let's see what have we got here. We've got Frank Holder. Hello, Ian and Delboy. I need help. I want to buy a collection of Laurel and Hardy. There seems to be a lot of versions. Which do I buy? DVD, not Blu-ray. Thanks.
Oh,
The
that's easy.
person who will tell you about Amazon is going to be
Oh, yeah,
Delboy.
yeah. If you can't find the big square cardboard box version, the Amazon DVD Laurel and Hardy collection is where you start off with, because it's not the whole collection, but it's got 177 type like films, you know, all together. It's the biggest, largest collection that you get. And then you have to buy everything round the fringes, because there's the silent films. There's a couple that are missing there, and there's a couple of later films because they're under a different license. And that's the reason why you have to buy those. So buy that. It's about 25 quid. It's no more
It's good
expensive.
value.
It's an economy set. But if you can buy the proper big version of it, like Mondo and I have got, get that. I mean, it's gorgeous. It looks like a suitcase. It's not. It doesn't look like a suitcase with a handle. It's just what I mean is it's a white and black box that looks like a trunk, right? And then there's the cheapo black and white version that's got like all the discs in a big econo spindle set, if you see what I mean. Then there is the Laurel and Hardy films that you can buy that looks like a suitcase. You'll get some duplicates in there, but there is one or two that you'll get that aren't in that set. And then everything else is singular releases. You have to buy you have to buy them as singular releases. I'll tell you what, although I did a big 3 or 4 hour discussion with Denny, Frank, go to Mondo Chelovic's channel. Subscribe to him if you can, but if you don't want to subscribe, don't worry. Search for Laurel and Hardy in his collection. He did a big 50 minutes how to collect Laurel and Hardy video, which I pointed everyone to when I was telling people how to collect Laurel and Hardy, because I can talk about it to death. But if you really, really want to know how to collect Laurel and Hardy, go to Mondo Chelovic's channel. I mean, it's absolutely gorgeous. And he actually shows you the actual covers of the actual box sets so that you can't go wrong. So there you go.
It just gives me a point. You did a brilliant live with Denny, and I'd just like to point people, if you've not subscribed to Delboy, please go over and subscribe to him. He's got a great channel, and it's not just built around the blog, but the blog is an absolute brilliant highlight. He does a lot of other things on there. The games world, which I don't know how anything out, but he's doing all that stuff. Then he does film reviews. Brilliant. And just go over there and subscribe, because it is worth it, really. When you said that the Laurel and Hardy live he did with Denny was brilliant, and you'll be able to find that there on his channel.
Yeah,
so please go across there and subscribe. it's well worth it, really.
If you
Honestly.
want to know what book to get, that's the book to get. Let me turn that background off
Yeah.
again. So Laurel and Hardy, the magic of their movies.
Let me.
This
I'll just
you
so
can
they
still
can
get.
see it a bit
Yeah,
better. Anyway, I'm
you
checking
can
that
still
out.
get this
Yeah.
book from Amazon. I mean, look how thick it is.
Yeah.
Right. That lists every film that they ever did, and then it's easier for you to actually then get the collection, because when you buy that one big box set that I've told you can buy as cheap as chips now on DVD. I mean, it's a laugh. I mean, I don't know why anybody hasn't literally bought it. For any collector, you've instantly increased your film collection by about 170 odd films, right? And just buying that £25 set, right? Once you've got that, you're over 3/4 of the way there of having the whole lot. So, brilliant. Carry on for a minute.
Okay, so we'll go on to Tony says, Muckman, well, it was a bona fide Arrow release. It was weird though, but in a good way, in my opinion. George Kennedy really carried it. Without him, it wouldn't have been worth watching. So it was an Arrow release. This film that we mentioned earlier. Do you remember what it was called?
No. We were talking. George Kennedy was talking about a film that he was fantastic in. There's a sheriff chasing somebody. I've forgotten what the film was called though.
I'm just doing it. No, I can't see that. Oh, anyhow, I'm sure it is well worth. Thank you, Tony. Anyhow, I'm sorry not being very helpful here, but yeah. Then we've got Muckman Movies. Put thumbs up there. Steve Mills, Muckman Movies. I'm going to be doing a 31 Days of Horror where I watch a horror movie every day of October.
Yeah, that's what everybody seems to be doing.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I'm sure you'll enjoy it. You'll get to see a lot of.
I could do it because I've got over 31 discs of horror. But it's just that I think everybody is going to be watching the same sort of films, or they're going to watch them. Somebody is going to obviously watch Halloween on Halloween, right? Then everything before it and afterwards, people are not going to be watching the same film on the same day, but the week before, somebody's going to turn around and say, "Oh, I watched Nightmare on Elm Street," and somebody says, "Oh, I watched that last week. I'm watching this week," and nobody's going to be in tandem with it. You know what I mean? Like this day is designated to the Friday the 13th films, and this day is going to be.
That's right. Yeah.
I don't think anybody's published a list. I don't know. I might be wrong. It'd be nice if somebody's published a list that you could follow. And I'm pretty sure everybody's going to be watching their own 31 films, and it's going to be silly because when you go to the rooms, they're going to say, "Oh, I'm watching that tomorrow."
Yeah. I think when it comes to the actual Halloween day, then it seems only natural to watch Halloween in many ways, doesn't it?
Wow, yeah.
Yeah, it kind of does.
Isn't it,
You've got to really watch Halloween film. I would watch. Do you know what I watch? I like Halloween 3 a lot, so I would definitely watch Halloween.
Yeah, no, I think everybody now really has established that Halloween 3, which was universally panned when it came out, is now considered a masterpiece, right?
Yeah,
it's considered a masterpiece because everybody realizes it's not about Michael Myers. It's about something else, right? In this particular case, it's a shop, isn't it? And the reason that it got panned was because everybody wanted another Michael Myers film.
Yeah.
But if you watch it for what it is, it's a better film than the Halloween films that
Yeah.
preceded it.
Because wasn't their idea originally to have a different film? The Michael Myers was not going to be in this original set of films.
It's just for
wasn't gonna be in them.
somehow
Yeah.
the studio didn't get that message across to the listening public, because all the
Yeah.
public turned around and said, "Where's Michael Myers in this film?"
Yeah, and that was it. And
And
look
then
what.
and then instantly panned it because he weren't in
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
Well, that's not how you look at a film. But
Yeah.
I think we've learned from those days.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I mean, I
Yeah.
don't think anybody does that anymore.
I
But
must admit, I do enjoy all those Halloween films. Yeah, even the revamped trilogy they did, I thought was quite good. I enjoyed that one.
those what's his name? Something Zombie, Frank Zombie.
Oh yes, he did too. Rob Zombie.
Rob Zombie.
Yeah, and I've never seen. Actually, I don't think I've seen them, but everybody always says the second one is absolutely terrible. The second one, but yeah, I've seen all the other Halloween films, and I've always enjoyed them. And I even enjoyed the ones that when they came back with the trilogy. A lot of people went mad about our Halloween Ends. There was uproar and everybody shocked. All right, let's do a video on it. Being cynical here.
I've got the steel books. So
yeah, everybody went mad. I thought they were good. They were enjoyable. I don't know what everybody was getting all worked up for, but there we are.
Yeah.
Muckman movie, yeah, got that before with his thumbs up. Mark Fletcher, Muckman, will you be watching All Hallows Eve along with the Terrifier films? There we are. People seem to forget that Art the Clown was in that. Yeah, I've heard people on about this All Hallows Eve. Is it a short series of films, I think? And he's part of that. It could be like a collection of films, and that's where the character came from. I'm not 100% sure, but I think that might be where it came from originally, Art the Clown. And then we've got All Hallows Eve 2 is awful. Oh, thank you. Steve Moles, George Kennedy was good just before dawn. Oh,
yeah.
Just before dawn.
George Kennedy was good in a lot of films.
Yeah. Didn't know that, Mark. Muckman Movies. If it's streaming on Prime or Netflix, I'll watch it.
Yeah.
It's a bit like one of those VHS films. That's what.
Right.
Yeah.
You know that? Yeah. Have you heard of those? Have you watched those VHS films? They're sort of like anthology little stories.
Oh, right.
They're called VHS. Then there's VHS 1.
Oh yes, yeah, right. Yeah, no, it's a good series. Oh, they're good. That's a good film.
Yeah, they're not bad.
Yeah, they're
all
entertaining.
sort of like they're all sort of like campfire story type.
Yes, they're good. Yeah, yeah. We're also doing the first Omen. Anyone seen that one? I've heard good things. I've seen it. I think it's brilliant. I've still got to add it to the collection. I liked it because it was a direct lead up to the very first Omen film.
Yeah, but the thing that pisses me off, Ian, the thing that pisses me off, unless somebody can enlighten me, there's no Steelbook or 4K. You can only get it on Blu-ray.
I don't know why.
Have you seen a 4K release for it?
No, there's no 4K.
Forget Steelbook for a minute. Have you seen a 4K release? No. It's Blu-ray, and there's no Steelbook, and there's no 4K of it. And I'm going, what, for the first Omen? Why?
Yeah, you should have one. Yeah. Yeah. What people have said about it, and I can see why I managed to get a download of it. It's a very good film.
I love it.
Obviously, the Omen is such a classic. It's not as good as the Omen, but for a prequel, it's not bad, and it leads right up. It's got the atmosphere.
Even The Priest I liked, and yet nobody can take over the Patrick Troughton role of the Priest. Of course.
But
although they recreate that role,
Yeah.
It's a good film still. It's a
Yeah,
good, it's,
it is. I agree. I think to be honest, I didn't think it was going to be that good, because a lot of these films don't appear to be that good that they do this kind of thing. But I thought it worked well. I really enjoyed it.
yeah.
Um, and then Tony Hawk says, I saw a couple of kitchen sink dramas. Yeah, Saturday night, Sunday morning. I've seen that quite a long time ago. Albert Finney as Nottingham factory worker cheating on his girl with a married woman, and The Small World of Sammy Lee. Yeah, I've seen Saturday night, Sunday morning. It's just a classic film.
That's
I think
well,
around about
that,
63,
that's well known, isn't
1963,
it?
64, I think.
Saturday night, Sunday morning is a well-known one.
Yeah. I've not seen The Small World of Sammy Lee, but
No, I haven't.
sounds interesting. Muckman, Stephen Moore says, Muckman movies, yeah, I own the Blu-ray. I enjoyed it. Sammy Lee, the ex-Liverpool player. Oh, I think there was one. I'm not a Liverpool supporter, but you know. Tony Hawk continued. Anthony Hewlett as a Soho club compare in debt to a gangster. It shows him struggling to do deals in a few hours to raise the cash. Enjoyed both. No, that sounds a good storyline. Yeah, that sounds good. Muckman movies, great, Stephen. I'm having my copy for next month. Should also receive my Late Night with the Devil from Umbrella 2. Yeah, that's a very popular film this year.
Yeah, mine's ordered.
Yeah. Steve Moles, the rise of the foot soldier films are good. Craig Fairbrass can't act for shit. Laugh out loud.
They seem to get a following, these Rise of the Foot Soldiers. I've heard a lot of things about them. I haven't seen that many, but
no, I haven't. Was that bloke supposedly from EastEnders or something?
Craig Fairbrass?
I don't know. It could have been. Some of these soap people go into films, don't they? These the British films. Tony said, Muckman, he'd be a toddler when it was made. 1962.
Yeah, he was. Yeah. I wasn't even born. You were about 20, weren't you?
Oh yeah, of course I was. Yeah.
I've got to get an age joke in each week.
Yeah, it's statutory now, isn't it? We've got to have the age joke. Yeah. You need like an introduction or something to go. It's time for the age joke. Yeah. Muckman movies. I've pre-ordered Late Night with the Devil. It's released here in the UK October the 28th. Next month.
Yeah, mine's pre-ordered.
Yeah. Watched Infinity Pool last week. Not a bad film. Oh, I loved it. It's a great
film. You two want to get a room.
But he says not a bad film. Yeah. To me, it was pretty good. But then
you turned around and said it was the best thing since sliced bread, and that if it was a woman, you'd have a baby with it. That's what you were saying earlier on.
Now I recommend you ought to watch it.
Yeah, you almost made me go to Amazon and bloody order it there and then. Really?
Yeah. Anyway, nobody listens to me, so I don't mind.
What do you mean? Hang on a minute. What do you mean nobody listens? Everybody starts off their sentence with you with saying, "Hi Ian." Where's "Hi Delboy"? Any of these things? They all say "Hi Ian." Hi Delboy. Yeah. Where's all that then?
Yeah. Well, there you are.
So of course they listen to you, you miserable northern bastard. Yeah.
So you always make me laugh. Yeah, thank you. My favorite horror film from the 40s is Dead of Night. Do you remember it? The post Mantu film that has the story with the dummy starring Michael Redgrave.
Yeah,
That is totally chilling.
I remember, Ian. I bought that on Blu-ray about 2 months ago, and
That's right, you did. Yes.
I
Yeah.
said it's the first anthology film, and apparently it's done by a very distant relative of Amicus. It's
Yeah.
how Amicus actually
Yeah.
started. There's a
Yeah.
documentary on Dead of Night itself.
Yeah.
And the Michael Redgrave dummy is probably the best story in there, and of course
Right. Yeah.
that spun off into that film Magic with Anthony
Yeah. I
Hopkins.
knew
The
Anthony
Ventriloquist
Hopkins.
dummy.
Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah, Dead of Night
Yeah.
is I'll tell you what, you can get that film on Blu-ray for about $5.99. It's dead
Yeah.
worth it. I mean, it's
Yeah.
brilliant, brilliant. Couldn't believe how good it was.
Well, they are a good recommendation there.
Oh yeah.
And then, as you mentioned, Joan Crawford. Is it wrong? I know. I like Trog. I know Trog is one of those controversial films at the time.
Yeah.
Her last film. Well, actually, let's be fair, it is entertaining. It is. It is. Yeah. What people put it down. Trap and Long Legs should be released soon on Blu-ray. They're up for pre-order on HMV. Yeah, I saw the Long Legs one. I've seen that, and Trap, of course. Yeah, I like Trap a lot. I think Trap.
Yeah,
Yeah,
long legs I've seen is a steel book now. It's
yeah,
red. It's got a red cover.
yeah,
Strap, I'm not sure whether it's got
yeah,
a steel book or not. I
yeah,
don't remember seeing it. I'd buy it instantly
yeah,
because Josh from Through the Lens did a review of Trap
yeah.
and said it was great.
It's funny. I couldn't see no wrong with Trap. I enjoyed it, but I heard some people going, "Oh well, it got very realistic. He wouldn't have done this. He wouldn't have done that. He wouldn't have gone there. Totally unrealistic." I just keep saying, "It's a film. You
Yeah,
don't
it's a
have
film.
to examine everything. Look, it's got a few problems. I had a few issues with this film. I'm sorry, it's a film. What do you expect? Nitpicking away. Bloody hell. Please. Oh, it just gets on my nerves. Trap, whatever people say, it is a really good film. I
Yeah.
think it's because it's linked with old Shyamalan, Shyamalan, and his daughter. His daughter sings in it. She's okay, and she acts in it. I think she's okay. I don't think it's terrible, bad performance.
Yeah.
She's playing sort of a Taylor Swift kind of character, and I think she's quite good in it. Yeah. Oh yeah, and here he is. Sumo says, and Maxine as well. My views on Maxine. I love it. I can't wait for that. I'm going to get it, no matter what. Getting that. And then we've got Mark Fletcher saying, Trog, another favourite as a kid. He reminded me of Freddie Starr for some reason. Freddie Starr. God, it's another name from the past. Hello?
Yeah, I've already talked about Trog. I didn't really know anything about it.
You want to add any more? No?
No, I don't know much about Trog.
Sai says, hi guys. Sorry I'm late. Hello, Sai. I've just been to a screening of Batman and Robin for my sins. To be fair, I enjoyed it. I think a lot of people say that. They enjoy it. It got the most panned as a film. But a lot of people just
I think
enjoy. Don't pick it apart.
Yeah, I think at the time, I thought it was all right. I didn't think much to it. I thought that's the one where George Clooney is Batman, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I thought he was badly sort of like chosen as Bruce Wayne. Didn't think much to him on that. And Arnold Schwarzenegger as Mr. Freeze.
Oh, I love that. I'd have loved it because it'd have been so bad. It would have. It's good.
Yeah. No, it's just that when you see Batman,
lines.
it's when you see Batman sort of like skidding or sliding down the back of a ice thing, you know, that I just turn around and go, this is pretty shit, really, isn't it?
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
I think it's developing its own cult following because of that. I think definitely
Yeah,
it's gone up. It's people have said, yeah, we know it's not very good, but just they enjoy it, and I think that's what's happening.
yeah.
And why not? I could think of a lot worse films, a hell of a lot worse films than that. Uh, um, yes, in my opinion, it's one of those so bad it's good ones. Yes, there you are. Referring to Trog, not Batman. Well, there you are. Well, there you are.
Yeah,
Well,
right.
yeah. I think it might apply to that one as well. Frank Older, thanks a lot. I think that's your Lauren Hardy. I watched Batman the movie last Saturday. The rubber shark still makes me laugh. Well, it does. Everybody talks about it and loves it. We all
I
love
don't
it.
know.
It's
I keep saying to people like Jamie, I keep making a reference to the shark repellent bat spray, and it's almost like he doesn't understand what the hell I'm talking about.
It's part of it. If it weren't there, we'd be disappointed.
Batman climbing down the ladder of a helicopter, right? And then for some unknown reason, he decides to hang upside down to spray
the bat
spray off of Robin's leg or something,
it's
right?
Brilliant. You can't.
Is one of the quintessential best things you've ever seen in your life.
Yeah. Oh, I loved. Everybody loved it. Everybody. So when we saw it at cinema, it was special. It was really grand. It was wonderful. And I still have a lot of affection for it. Yeah. Cy Robson says, in relation to the horror marathon question, I'm going to a horror all-nighter on October 26th. Zombie Flesh Eaters, followed by Texas Chainsaw 2, Scream 2, and finishing with Carrie. I can't wait. It's a great selection. I don't know whether I could sit through all them. I'd need certain breaks, toilet breaks, and what have you.
No, what I mean, back in the day, I went to a 48-hour horror marathon. I couldn't do it now. But I mean, that's a lot of films there. I take it you pay one ticket and you watch.
That's good. It's good. I mean, it'd be great experience.
Because you've got what 1, 2, 3, 4 films there.
Yeah.
At 2 hours each. 2, 4, 6, 8 hours.
Yeah.
If that's one ticket, 11 quid, then
it's an excellent value. Yeah. Yeah. And long as they have intervals and some enough time, you'll be all right, each one.
Yeah.
I think so, yeah. Definitely. Mark Fletcher, I have another Laurel and Hardy box set with stuff that isn't on the complete box set. It's all films from the 20s when they were solo artists. It's from ages ago, 3 discs. I'm sure you know.
It's the silent stuff. See, what you have to remember is they were under the Hal Roach Studios, but then when they're solo, they can't be called Laurel and Hardy. You see what I mean? So basically, you do have to get certain stuff and probably double dip because you can't, they are in that big set. But where you start is the big set, and then you work backwards and forwards from there.
Yeah.
Because even the last film that was made in France, not what it's called, but it's the film where I think Hardy died around about 3 or 4 years after it.
Yeah. Sorry, Del. I'll just go into the toilet. I'll be back.
Yeah. I'm just I'll carry on talking. I forgot what it's called. It's definitely portrayed in the the Laurel and Hardy film, which got Steve Coogan in it. They did this last film that basically Stan Laurel was sick with some type of flu or pneumonia. But when they got back to America, Oliver Hardy had several strokes, then died sadly, and Stan died 10 years or I think just under 10 years afterwards. But it's a sad end to what I consider to be two perfect comedians that just respected and loved each other. I think, to be quite honest, they never publicly had an argument, although it's portrayed in the film with Steve Coogan that they did. I believe that was made up. But yeah, Laurel and Hardy is two of my favorite, people to watch, along with Walter Matthau and Jack Lemmon. I watched those two many times in all sorts of films. Those two, Walter Matthau and Jack Lemmon. My God. Yeah, Laurel and Hardy. If you're ever interested in being a collector of films, I just don't understand why people don't buy that set immediately. It's so cheap, and it's got my favorite. Obviously, my favorite short of theirs is the music box, which is carrying that piano up those steps. And I've actually been to Los Angeles and been up those steps. It's absolutely brilliant. It hasn't changed one bit. Those steps, Jesus, and they are bloody long getting up them steps. It's like going up the steps in the Rocky film, with the that takes you up to the Museum of Art in Philadelphia. I mean, they're famous, those steps. So yeah, I haven't got much else to talk about really when it comes to Laurel and Hardy. I think I've said all I need to. After, of course, buying Laurel and Hardy, you want to then buy Abbott and Costello, an equally cheap box set that you can buy for about 18, 19 quid. Again, not all the films, but not pretty darn close. All to do with licensing. Anyway, here he is, the bastard. Right.
Yeah. Thank you for keeping going. Yeah. Are you a salesman for Amazon by any chance?
No, but I like to keep
You're
going.
very good. No, I think
when we're on, I like to be a completist, and I was looking to see if Trap had a steel book,
Yeah.
And I found out that there was one released in France, but it's sold out now.
Oh. So, well, I think in all seriousness, it is good that people actually find out about these things, in community and what have you. So I think it's a good thing that you let people know what they are. So let's move on to the next one. I know this is. Hello. This is.
Now, hang on. Yeah. See, where does it say "Hello, Delboy" in that statement?
I'll tell her. It's Mer. I know her well. Yeah. Hello, Mer. Yes. I'll get you to do that. Yeah.
Hello, person who doesn't say hi to me.
Muckman Movies. I have some box sets of obscure giallo horror, which I'll be watching next month. There's an event on Letterboxd called Hooptober, where you can pick 31 horror under certain rules.
All right.
Is that? There's nothing else after that. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, here we are. Makes it more interesting than just picking out 31 horror films. Yeah. And then
but how many are doing
has
that?
To be directed by Toby Hooper.
I was just about to say, because you moved on.
Yeah.
How many of these sites are doing the same thing? So is everybody following that one, or is or is there so many sites saying here's the 31 films that you ought to? This is where I go. Surely this doesn't work because if you're a big fan of this site and you're following their 31 films, it'll be a different order than this one that's doing their 31 films. And you see what I mean?
I saw some sort of list which somebody was.
Yes, I saw. I think Ryan had one, and he said he'd lost the list.
Yeah. I couldn't be doing all that. You know?
And I just turned around and went, "Well, I ain't watching 31 films."
Anyway.
Why do you care?
Yeah, I get that. As I say, I always think, well, I watch horror films all the year round, so I'm not going to do a different in October. You know,
that's how I looked at it as
well. Tony York says, big fan of Giallo, some obscure Spanish ones, as well as the more usual Italian. Yes.
Yeah.
I know you do love your Giallo. You've mentioned it before. Yeah. And Spanish, it's interesting that Spain as well has quite a thriving film industry. I know Spanish horror is quite popular. So there we are. Tobio, but Life Force, yeah, undoubtedly. I totally agree. I love Life Force.
I mean, the 4K of Life Force is brilliant. So
it's definitely one I could talk about, but I won't go on about, you know, the fact that I saw it at the cinema. You know, I won't talk about that. I like all the Omen films except Omen 4. It was awful. And that's the TV one, isn't it?
Well, yeah. Well, Omen 3 was with Sam Neill,
and I like that one.
It was the last of the trilogy, and it was showing how he would go. The devil would
it became the Antichrist.
The devil would complete his plan through politics, which is how we all think things will go. You know, in regards to the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse.
That's right. Yeah.
The 4th film, I saw it. I think it was a straight to video. I thought it was.
Yeah, it was. I don't think it got a cinema release. I think it was. I've not got it but I suppose if you have the box set, it's in that. But I had them individually. So, and then the account on Letterboxd is Cinemonster. If you want to take part in Hooptober this October. There you are.
Yeah. So we've told the world now that's where you need to go.
Yeah, Cinemonster. And then I did Life Force last year. Yeah.
Yep, I've got Life Force. Watched it this year. It's 4K. It's a brilliant transfer.
I've got a 4K of it. And I've got a Blu-ray of it. I've got a DVD of it. I love it. Absolutely love it.
I thought you said you were down. I thought you said you were downgrading some of you. How come you've got about 4 versions of that film and you haven't sold one of them yet?
I know you're right. I mean, if it's something that means a lot to me as a film, like Dune does, Dune 1984, then Life Force is equal to that. I haven't got many. Oh, Dead Zone, of course. Talk about the Dead Zone, which I think is one of all-time great films, Dead Zone. Stephen King's best. Stephen Moll says Eaten Alive is a good Oprah film. Yeah. Bookman, Invaders from Mars, then.
Good film.
Oh, yeah. Stephen Moss, Craig Fairbrass was the guy kicking the shit of Michael Rooker in Cliffhanger. Oh. So I didn't know he was in that.
Yeah.
He's the guy. He always pops up that name in these British gangster kind of films. Tony Hawk says, I think Danny Dyer was in several hooligan type films before being in EastEnders.
He was always considered the hard man, like what's that other footballer that used to be
Jones.
Vinnie Jones,
yeah.
Just got about in the same circles, really.
Yeah. Probably Poltergeist.
Tobe Hooper.
Yeah. Oh
Yeah.
yeah, of course. It's supposedly directed as well, in it with Spielberg as well.
That's right, with
Not
Spielberg.
officially, but there looks like a joint direction there. Simos, my favorite is the film starring Gary Oldman, but if you watch it, watch the director's cut. Which Gary Oldman film is that?
I don't know, because I'm not.
Yeah, because I'm gonna be. I'll be honest. I don't really like that Dracula one. You'd
have to go back up to find out what that's about.
I don't think it's mentioned Dracula one, but I do remember the Dracula one. I wasn't really a big fan of that.
Well, that's Francis Ford Coppola's Dracula you're talking about.
Yeah, it's not very good. It's the romantic side.
I tell you what, the bloody sight better than Catwoman.
Oh no! Oh, Catwoman's miles better than that. It's more entertaining. Far more entertaining.
You're just fixated by Halle Berry's
chest. It was
chest.
so bad. I had a 4K of the Dracula, and I thought,
I know you sold it. You sold it, but
get rid of it.
Just because Halle Berry's chest is in all the way through Catwoman does not necessarily make it a good film. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I'd rather watch that than Gary Oldman floating around as Dracula as an old man, and then as a crikey! What?
Yeah, but you've got
Christopher Lee can do no wrong. But
you've got Lizette Anthony though going around nearly half naked in that film. She's all right, isn't she?
No, let's. Darling. Yeah. Anyhow, I'm glad you enjoy it. Anyhow, Stephen Moles. Yeah, I'm glad you enjoy it, but it's not for me.
Yeah, you'll enjoy it more than Catwoman. Don't watch that shit. Jesus.
Yeah, well, it's all right. Don't
Shall
worry.
I tell you what's good about Catwoman? It's got a litter tray.
You're going to say the end credits.
Oh, it's got a litter tray in it where you can do a dump.
Oh dear. Yeah. I'll tell you what. I'm going to be controversial. I get more entertainment watching Catwoman than 2001: Space Odyssey.
Oh, bollocks! Now,
absolute barfest.
You're gonna
overrated. Really? Oh, wow! With dear old Leonard Rossiter.
Now, come on, look. Wow. Now, come on. I can let things go, but you can't have a go at my favorite 2001.
Sorry,
right?
Right.
I'm sorry, right? I can have a go at Catwoman and stop, and we can have a go at about all of that. Not 2001. That is sacrilege.
Well, I've tried. It's not as though I have tried every year. I have tried to watch, and I have problems watching it. I can't even get to the end of the film. I just have to switch it off. It is awful. What a film. Overrated.
It's not.
It hasn't clicked. I've been trying.
Just because
like you were going, this is a masterpiece. This is wonderful. This is so influential. This is that. I hear all this and I think, well, I must be missing somewhere here. And
you are missing something. You're missing a brain cell for a start.
It really is.
You see, unfortunately, what it should have said on the ticket was, you must have a brain cell before entering this cinema, right? And you went in without one.
Yeah. No, I've tried various times, and I really just don't get on with it.
Don't keep dissing my film.
It's just awful. I don't understand why everybody.
I'm not going to bring up Catwoman next week.
You are. You're going to bring Catwoman up every blooming time.
You will bring up 2001 every week
because it is the most overrated. It's one of the most overrated films.
It's not.
Seriously. People say it's groundbreaking, this and that, and everything about it. Honestly, really,
it is groundbreaking. Yeah. Look at those special effects for 1969.
That kind of says it all, doesn't it? Special effects for 1969.
No, but you said it's great. You said no.
I wouldn't mind if they were crap. I like. In fact, I like crap special effects.
You said
it's the story. It's the
no, but you see. Hang on. Ian, you're going off on one. What you got to understand is, right, is you said it's not groundbreaking, but it is in certain aspects, cinematography and so forth. You can't turn around and say it is not a beautifully looking film, because if you are, then I really seriously, you need some glasses. I do understand you're not liking the story. I do understand all of those aspects of it. But when somebody starts turning around and saying it's not groundbreaking in any way, that's when I start going, oh, hang on. You're just now throwing everything but the kitchen sink at it. Because there are certain, I mean, even I will turn around and say Catwoman's got some groundbreaking things in it.
No, I doubt it.
No,
I doubt it.
I mean, it tries to be.
It does what it says on the thing.
It tries to be something different. It fails. Now, 2001. There's too many people out there, and I'm one of them, that will turn around and say it's the sum of its parts that makes this what it is. And if just because you don't like the story or something, you can't then knock everything about it. I mean, is all the acting in it bad? Is all the sound effects bad? Is all the score in it bad? You can't. There's bits that really are surpassed. You see what I mean? That's all I'm saying in it. You can't. I don't like categorizing a whole thing. Do you know what I mean? You got to turn around and say there's bits that
it's because
you recognize as great, but you don't.
It's interesting because I say Kubrick is a great director. I absolutely love all his other films. But this one, I don't know why. As I say, I have tried. I just don't get on with it. And I ask myself, that's why I'm still trying to appreciate it.
No, but what I'm trying to get on with it. What I'm trying to say, Ian, is I'm not. I think I'm probably not explaining it correctly. But although you've fallen asleep or you try to get on with it, you can't, and all of this sort of stuff.
Yeah.
And you turn around and say it's acting bad.
I don't know. I don't think.
And you turn around and say that it's not a beautiful looking film, it's ugly.
You wouldn't say it was ugly, but then would I say there's a lot of films that look beautiful? I could think of a lot that look
but what I'm trying to say is that you said it's shit. Basically, you encompass the whole thing by saying it was bloody awful.
Well, no, I haven't said it. I haven't said it's shit. But I'm not said it's good. It's, in fact, if anything, it's not what it should be. The way everybody talks about this film, you're expecting something really special. No, you are, because people go on about it. Oh, they write academic essays about it, or analyze every bit of it. It's a big film, I admit, the way people talk about it, and it's Kubrick. But then you've got all that surrounding it, and you go, and then this is just me personally, and I'm in a minority, I know. I just see it and think, why is everybody going on like this about this film? What is it? Why? The acting, it doesn't matter in it, really. It's not bad, it's not good. It's just me personally, this bit.
Yeah.
When I see Leonard Rossiter, I suddenly can't take it seriously. Seriously, right. I just can't. I see him as Rigby.
So all I was getting, the only reason I went off on a rant, is because the way you came across, you said this is just absolutely everything about it, including everything, and I do mean everything, is awful. Right? No, it's not.
Yeah,
and because even I can turn around and say there are good in things.
Yeah,
you see what I mean? Just because you don't get on with the film doesn't mean.
I get that. I mean, that's what I mean. I know that films that I don't like and people love, and that's great and that's fine. And it's how individual taste is. It's just that 2001 is one of those films that is really held up very highly, and therefore you think if people are talking about it in this way, there must be something really special about this film.
You should know this yourself.
And then I've watched it and thought,
Yeah, but
Why?
because you
Yeah.
should know this yourself. Because you should know this yourself. You should
Yeah.
know that Trumbull, who did the special effects, right? You should know what the special effects were before that film came out, and when that film came, and when that actual film came out. How the lighting of that special effects was done, how it was all choreographed, how all of these scenes, with the spinning space,
Yeah.
all of that sort of stuff. You've got to understand that is like a study piece for people that wanted to do special effects for around about 15, 20 years until computer graphics came along. It's like studying a Ray Harryhausen
Yeah. Yeah.
stop motion,
Yeah.
right? So all I'm saying is, as much as you can turn around and say, I just don't get on with the film, there are parts of that film that basically should be taught at schools, like special effects, lighting,
You're seeing the technical side really of the film,
yes.
rather than the
So
actual
so
work of art.
I could agree with you that basically, although the film doesn't gel from a technical point of view, it's almost like what we talk about in the computer world, where we say you're a demo crew, you've made these demos, right? And these demos show graphics that spin around and go around really quickly and all of this sort of stuff. But at the end of the day, you couldn't make a game around it. Right? A game would mean you've done something with substance. If you put 2001 on a pedestal, you're wrong, because you shouldn't do that. But if you look at 2001 from its bits, then basically I think that the sum of it is worthy, right?
Yeah.
I like the film as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I can understand why people don't like the film.
Yeah.
And they fall asleep. But the one
You
thing
see, for me,
I would protect Catwoman by somebody turning around and saying it is every single second of that film, including everybody that was in it, including the score, the sound effects, down to the person that got the dinner for Halle Berry. The whole thing is shit. I would turn around and go, now hang on. No, even I wouldn't go that far.
Yeah.
Right? Because I know it's based on a comic book, and it tried its very best to hold something that is remnants to the book, but also make it like it was true in real life, that it could actually happen. I just look at it and laugh and go, it's pretty poor. It's pretty darn poor. In fact, every game that came out of that film was awful.
Yeah.
Because I saw the Xbox, I saw the PlayStation game. I know the writer who wrote the game he wrote the game called Cauldron on the Commodore 64, right? I've interviewed him on Mainmeister's channel, and he turned around and he said, I thought I did a pretty good game. I won an award. Unfortunately, when the film came out, all those awards went to one side because everybody thought the game was shit after they saw the film. And I said, it's a shame that happens. But that's what does happen. Somebody buys the license to the film to make a game. The film flops, the game flops. Simple as that. And all of your good work don't mean a thing. Nobody buys it because the film was crap. Because that's the big brother. That's the thing that makes people want to go out and buy the game, is liking the film. So if you don't like the film, you ain't going to buy the game, are you?
No, that's true. Yeah.
The way you like it. So I feel for him.
Yeah.
I mean, I spoke to him and I said, oh, I'm so sorry. And he went, oh, don't worry. It made me a load of money. I bought a house with it.
Well, there you are.
It's just that all that code and nobody bought it because the film was universally panned. There you are.
Yeah. Yeah.
But anyway, that's me just protecting 2001, just purely on the basis that I think it's got a lot to like, but it's a convoluted story. I'll turn around and say that. But then again, have you ever read the book?
No.
How convoluted is that?
Yeah, I can imagine.
If you don't get the end of 2001, and believe me, I'm still struggling to understand the end scenes in that film, right? Read the book. Because I tell you what, Arthur C. Clarke did about 4 or 5 books after that to try and explain it all, and nobody ever does.
and even people dropping acid are probably still trying to
And
work
if you
out
don't like
what the ending was,
2001,
apparently.
if you don't like 2001, maybe you don't like 2010. And I
Yeah,
tell you what, 2010 I think is a pretty good film, but nobody talks
yes.
about that.
No, it's funny. No,
It's
I
got
have
Roy
seen.
Schneider in it. It's got
Yeah,
Roy
I've seen
Schneider in
that.
it.
No, do you know? I obviously I prefer 2010.
Yeah.
I think
Some
it's a
people look
much
at it
better
because,
film.
and I'll tell you what, it's because it makes more sense as a story.
Yeah, yeah.
I can
Maybe
understand and
it's a good
follow it
point.
because it's linear. It's
Yeah,
linear.
yeah.
If you watch 2001, it starts off in prehistoric, whatever it
That's
is, with
right.
a monolith. Then all of
Yep.
a sudden, he chucks a bone up, and you're seeing a spaceship
Yeah,
go into
yeah,
something, and you're
yeah,
thinking to yourself, "Hang on a minute, what happened in between? We
yeah,
can't even get to the moon without having to fork out millions and millions of pounds.
yeah,
You've got some sort of space station in space, and you've got people that can dock with it and bloody all sorts of other stuff,
yeah.
right? What happened in between? And this is where people go, it's too big a jump. It's like,
Mm,
what? You know, what happened in the 18th century, 17th century, 16th century, 15th century, 14th century,
mm,
13th century, right? This monolith was found where man and ape were there. What happened to this monolith? Where did it go?
mm.
Right? How did it get buried? Why haven't we found it? Why have you found one on the moon, but you can't find one on Earth? Everybody, and I totally get all of that shit. Do you see what I mean? I'm
Yeah,
going, yeah, there's 2,200 years that you haven't talked about. Yeah, and you've just basically just gone off on one. So I
yeah,
get it. I totally get it.
yeah.
Not the best film in the world. No way. No.
Maybe the writer was just put it there to get the discussion going, knowing that it would get a lot
Yeah.
of discussion. That was very because people are very clever sometimes at doing that. They deliberately put things in there just to cause a discussion, and I think that would be very much so. But yeah, I think it's one of those things. You know, some things that we enjoy,
Yeah.
um, other people don't, and
I'll
it's
tell you
the
what,
way
though.
it
I
is.
tell you what, though, Ian. We both agree. Charlton Heston, Planet of the Apes, top film. Move on.
Oh, always will be. Yeah, I'd rather have that than 2001. If you ask me
But,
about the best
uh,
sci-fi
yeah,
film
I'll
of
tell you
the
what. I'm the same. I'd rather watch Planet of the Apes than 2001: A
really,
Space
there you are.
Odyssey,
You say why and why? Let me say why. What is your thing?
because
Because you
it's got
enjoy it more. You just
because
enjoy
my
it.
hero Rod
Yeah,
Serling wrote it.
yeah, yeah. There's lots of reasons,
Well,
but it's an entertaining film.
he didn't write the book, but he wrote the screenplay.
Yeah,
But
and
yeah,
I
Rod.
would contend
Yeah.
this somewhat controversial. I would much rather watch, and I think it's a better film than 2001. Is Escape from the Planet of the Apes. I absolutely adore that one.
Oh,
As
Escape from the
much
Planet
as
of the
I
Apes is
adore
brilliant.
the first one and the second one. The second one's good. The
If you
third one I
didn't,
love
if
because I love that element of
I've said this a
yeah.
million times, if people poo-poo the third film, and I don't understand why people do, but they do because I've listened
Why?
to no
No,
end of
it's
video reviews. Let me listen
yeah.
to no end of video reviews. You would not have a fourth and a fifth film.
No, it's just a great film though. It's a wonderful
It's
film. It's
it's
entertaining.
it's genius
Yeah.
to
Yes.
time travel
Yeah. Yeah.
to have the
It is.
world blow up
Yeah.
and the
Yeah.
shockwave time travel back
An
to the
ex
point
yeah,
where they even know who these astronauts are, right? It's
exactly.
absolute pure
It's
genius.
wonderful. But it's just if you're like me, I love seeing eras and looking at that, it looks at the early 70s and you see all that era. Fantastic. It's got everything for me. It's an entertaining film. It's got humor in it as well. It's got the serious side to it. It's
Yeah.
got everything. That's why I
Oh, and
enjoyed that. And
of
it's got
course,
time travel.
Jerry
Yeah.
Goldsmith did the first and the third film. So there we
Yeah,
are. What can I
there
say?
you are. Yeah, but I do like the second one. I'm not putting down the second one at all. I like the second one as much as well.
The
So
second, I'll tell you what.
yeah,
The thing I admire about the second film, right? The thing I admire about the second film is that Fox turned around and said, let's blow the whole thing up.
Yeah. Yeah.
They
Yeah.
had a hit on their hands. They could have made it into 5, 6, 7, 8
Yeah.
films. They turned around and they listened to Charlton Heston and they said, I want to do this. They then listened to him and he turned around and said, wouldn't it be good if I blew the whole world up?
Yeah. Yeah.
And he had so much clout. They listened to that and went, yeah, all right.
And it's genius. It is genius.
And then someone comes along and says, that film actually, for less money, made more money, because what you have to understand, the first film made a lot of money, but it didn't make as much as the second film did, because it cost half the money. The second film. This is what you have to understand. There's no makeup.
No.
So basically, the second film cost hardly anything to make. So of course it made more money because the profit lining is bigger, right? And what they did then was they go, I wonder if we can cut the budget even more and actually see if we can get away with doing a third film where they time travel back, make this film a round robin.
Yeah.
And they did. It worked.
Genius.
And they cut the budget so much. They only paid Jerry Goldsmith for 30 minutes of the score. He wrote a score for 30 minutes. And they said, we'd like to have more, but we've cut the budget.
Yeah.
So he wrote this fantastic score that actually won quite a few awards.
Yeah.
And it's 30 minutes of music for an hour and 40-minute film. Amazing. I know so much about the Planet of the Apes films. It's unheard of, really.
You ought to do one of your reviews.
Yeah,
I think you should. You do know a lot about it, and you can bring in a music element. You can bring all sorts of elements into it. I think it's well worth doing.
Yeah. I mean, I even know the TV series and what who appeared in what.
Yeah. I think
and then of course the cartoon series.
Yeah. Yeah. Honestly, or if you don't want to do that, why not? I bet Denny knows a lot about it and loves.
Yeah, me and Denny,
you and Denny could do a series on that. I think that would be good as well.
Like I said, Denny and I are always doing discussions, and I said to him, "Look, we ought to sometimes."
I know it's a pity you can't do more, but I understand his problems.
His time schedule.
Yeah, but you work well together, and I bet he would be up for.
But Denny and I have talked about it a lot of times and said we want you involved.
Yeah, I don't think I'm good enough.
We're trying to think. We're trying to think of something where you, I, and Denny would know as much as we can or have fond memories of a certain series of films, right? Or TV series. And unfortunately, Catwoman is not on the radar.
But you see, you and Denny seem to have a lot of knowledge.
That's how I got Catwoman in again. You know,
I'd be having to be researching it.
I'll tell you what, Ian. I'll tell you what, Ian. If we get together and do June, you're on.
Dune 1984. I adore that film.
Think about it. We did the Charlton Heston dystopian trilogy, right?
Yeah.
Which is just talking about 3 films.
Yeah.
Not even remotely connected to each other. All they are is they're dystopian films that were done within 4 years or 5 years of each other that Charlton Heston did.
Yeah.
There are now at the moment 3 June films.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right? There's the old June and there's June 1 and 2.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So
that's 3 films. So as far as we're concerned, we when we did the dystopian future, it was 4 hours long.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure we could do 4 hours of June.
Yeah, I'm sure he could do.
I'll put it to him.
But I think you I think Denny's very good. You and Denny seem to me worked well together because he was very good at his knowledge and everything about it. I thought it was really well done, and you are, of course, very well researched. So that's why I was looking forward to a Planet of the Apes one or something like that. But I know you was going to do children's television, weren't you? More
No,
on
we did.
children's
We did
TV.
children. We did children's
Some
television,
more grown-up children's
right?
TV.
But we didn't. But we have to follow that up with that, and then it
Yeah,
basically it goes
yeah,
from there. So we still got to do that. The
yeah,
reason we didn't do Planet of the Apes, and I told him I wanted to do Planet of the Apes.
yeah.
Both of us agreed there were too many people that were doing Planet of the Apes stuff around that
At
time.
the time, yeah.
So
You could come back to doing it. Yeah,
So if we did it, then basically it would just be adding to what everybody was doing, and
yeah,
everybody was talking Planet of the Apes. I don't know why. I think it was probably because of King. I don't think it was because of Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes. I think it was because there was a release that was coming out on
yeah,
Steelbook or a
yeah.
box set.
I know there was a YouTuber. I won't mention his name, but who was doing
Oh yeah,
that at the time. But I think it's something that you could do in the future, and I'm always looking ahead, not necessarily this year, but if Denny and that is still up for it, I think you'd be both good. It worked well.
Yeah,
It's
we
just finding the right subject for you. I suppose that's
we
what
do
you're
know an
looking.
awful lot about it. I mean, at the end of
Yeah,
the day, nobody has done the quintessential Planet of the Apes yet, because when you think about the French writer that wrote it,
yeah,
he wrote a story where the apes are flying in planes that are like Michelangelo
yeah.
would have designed.
Is it
They
Pierre Boulle
they
or something?
yeah, that's it,
The
Pierre Boulle,
writer. 'Cause I
right?
did read it when
He
I can't remember anything about it, but I
he
do
wrote a
remember
very
reading.
he wrote really a political story,
Yeah, yeah,
because there's things like law in it,
yeah,
courts, um, how the policing system worked, all sorts of stuff in that book, right?
yeah.
And if you look at it, in fact, the closest to in the film is Tim Burton's.
Ah,
When you think about
interesting.
it,
Yeah, that is interesting.
when Tim
Yeah,
Burton threw it back to them landing on the planet in
yeah,
San Francisco, no,
mm,
Washington,
yeah.
and you saw Abraham Lincoln,
That's right. Yeah,
you
yeah,
actually saw the apes in cops' uniforms, army. You saw them
mm,
flying. There were cop
yeah,
cars. This is more the image of Planet of the Apes that Boulay wrote, but Boulay wrote it in a more cyberpunk sort of thing. You know,
yeah,
it's more like World War One planes.
yeah, yeah,
You know what I
yeah,
mean? You know,
yeah,
biplanes, that sort of thing, right? We're not
yeah.
talking jets. You know what I mean?
Mm.
So yeah, I mean, I still think the quintessential Planet of the Apes film needs to be done, but whichever way you look at it, nobody will come up with the best ending. It's already
No,
been done.
no,
Already been
exactly.
done.
Yeah, it's always going to be a problem once it's been done. That's it.
Yeah.
And I didn't realize. Look at the time.
Oh, we're
Right.
okay. We're all
Yeah.
right.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh, you're not working, are you, this week?
Yeah.
So, well, that's good. Anyway, carry on.
Just read out the next question. I've just got to get a drink because I need to take my tablets.
Okay. Right. Let's the next one we have got Muckman Movies. It's Hooptober 11. If anyone is interested in doing the challenge, looks quite tricky this year. One film by Michael Savy. Sauvy. Yeah, no, I've heard of that. Sorry, Michael. Michelle Sauvy. I definitely heard that. Is that the church? And well, yes, I say that, and I'm sure. Yeah, I'm just cheated. Actually, I've just looked here. The church. Yeah, the church is one of my favorite. And the church. It's just such a good film. I really rate that. Absolutely loved it. The atmosphere, the story. It's just to me. It's up there with Suspiria. I really believe the church ranks that high. To be honest, I would. Yeah, I know they've released another version of the church as a special box set. and I would imagine a lot of people are getting that and enjoying it because it's such a good film. I haven't gone for the box set, but I do love it. I do love the film. Yeah. Don't know, I haven't seen any, but I think So of It has made several Italian horrors in the 90s. Yeah. The Church. I saw a film called The Church from him. There it is. Can't remember it though. Well, honestly, it is brilliant. It's The Church. Really, just, whew. Yeah. Yes, The Church is one I've heard of. That says Tony Hawk. Highly recommended. Really. Mark Fletcher says Batman and Robin, bat nipples. Oh dear. Bat nipples.
I've just took all my tablets, by the way.
Yeah. Oh. And then Stephen Mull says Michelle Solovit also directed a film called Stage Fright. Yeah, see, it's coming back to me. My brain just can't remember these, which is a good slasher. Yeah, that is a good one. Set all these actors and getting slashed. Yeah, I think that may well be before The Church. Yeah, that's a good one. I haven't got it in my collection though. And then Mike Fletcher, I think if I decided to do a horror marathon, I would prefer films I hadn't seen before. Might discover something good. I think that's good logic. That is good logic.
I think that's a sensible thing to do. At the end of the day, going over the same
There's
ones.
a lot of horror films, isn't there?
It's going. What it is it's doing the mainstream ones over and over and over again.
Yeah.
Why not say, right, I'm going to do 31 days of Hammer horror and go through every single Hammer horror.
Oh, that would be a great one. People ought to do that. Hammer.
Or
you could 31
horror films between 1931 and 1981.
Yeah, Universal horror films. Yeah, that would be good.
Something like that, because or 31 B-movie horror films between 1940 and 1967 or something, right?
Yeah.
That makes more sense to me than just going, right, I'm going to go through the Nightmare on Elm Streets, the Friday the 13th,
the same ones.
The
Halloween films.
I just turn around and I just go, well, I do know that they're lovely to watch over and over again. Don't get me wrong, but it's just they must get so boring. I can't watch Star Trek: The Motion Picture 10 times every year, and not get to the fifth year. And not get to the 5th year and go, do you know what? I might want to give one of these a miss. Yeah. And I love Star Trek: The Motion Picture. So for me to mention that one, you understand where I'm coming from. It's like
I do that with Friday the 13th. I don't talk about it that much. I might have mentioned it before, but it's something that I'll just watch. I find it a very comfortable, easy one to watch, and I enjoy it. Sign as the Final Destination one's brilliant. Yeah, all the Final Destination films I love. At least maybe twice a year I'll watch them all, or maybe even more sometimes. I just love.
So you can see there. I'm not poo-poo. I mean, I've just bought Friday the 13th, the Arrow 4K edition. Now,
brilliant.
If I didn't like horror films, why would I have bought that?
Yeah, exactly. And it's a good series, but I get exactly what you're saying. It's one that is very well known, and it'd be nice for people to discover other horror films.
I'd just like something different to be done. Like, instead of watching Friday the 13th, the film series, why not watch Friday the 13th, the TV series, and every episode of it?
Yeah. Oh, why doesn't somebody get those Studio Canal releases of Hammer and go through all them? Though there wouldn't be enough for 30 odd. They're in 30 odd, but you could still find loads of other Hammers released on other labels. But nobody would do that.
Hey, Ian, I'm just going to make you laugh, right? The one from bottom comment, right, says, I'm off to bed, so goodbye, chaps, and good night to Ian and Del in about an hour when they read this. And I'll wait for you to get there, but he ain't far wrong, is he? He's not far wrong. It'll be about an hour when we get there.
We better speed up a little bit. This one here is the next comment is 1109.
Well, that was 1150. You wrote that.
Yeah,
So
I feel like it could be worse. It could be worse. Absolutely. I always choose some stuff I've never seen when I do a marathon. There we are. That's the
you
horror.
got to. I think it's the law.
Yeah. Yeah. Tony Yock, final watch of the week, Town on Trial, 1956. John Mills as a detective investigating 2 murders, which, like a very early precursor of Giallo, you saw from the killer's perspective. Good watch. Yet John Mills is an actor that was amazing, covering so much. Absolutely brilliant actor he was. So many different roles he was in. What an actor!
And some will say Columbo works on the same level that you see the crime.
Yeah.
So when you're seeing from the killer's perspective,
Yeah.
what you're saying is that film's 1956. Columbo borrows an awful lot of early directors and perspectives.
Yeah.
In regards to the fact that you like Columbo because you know what the reason that you like watching a Columbo episode is because you want to be able to identify at which point he's worked it out when you already know.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. And
so you're looking at his facial expression to go, the bastard's worked it out there already.
Yeah, already as well, quite early on. Quite often it is early on, isn't it? You're thinking he knows now already. You know, you're right. Yeah.
And then you're just smirking along with him of just how much torture he puts these people through when he knows already that he's done it.
It's brilliant.
And that's the reason why it went on for about 25 years. Because
everybody loves that. Oh, just one more question.
That's the beauty of it. It's just the beauty of it, really. It's great.
And his wife as well. Oh, my wife. Yeah.
Jane, who knew Jane Mulgrew? Bloody hell, from Voyager. The wife of Columbo. In a one season only Mrs. Columbo series. Bloody hell.
Wow. Mrs. Columbo.
That's right. And she didn't even have the dog. She just lived in the house and tried to write books or something.
Right. Science says Laurel and Hardy are easily the greatest double act ever. But who would you say is second? I would say Morecambe and Wise.
Well, I've got an answer to that. And that is, I wouldn't disagree that Morecambe and Wise aren't the best double act, but it's just that Laurel and Hardy are a movie double act, and Morecambe and Wise are more TV than film because they only ever did 3 films, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So when it comes to Laurel and Hardy are easily the greatest double act ever for film, who would say is the second in film? I would say Abbott and Costello.
Mm-hmm.
Right? But when you're talking about double acts, it's hard because if you're going to group them all into theatre, TV, film, all of that sort of stuff, then that's bloody hard. I mean, I had a talk with Denny the other day, and I said, you know, Morecambe and Wise end theme, which is "Bring Me Sunshine."
Mm-hmm.
Right? I said, when you consider about double acts and their TV shows, would you therefore say, "Together We'll Be Okay"? Cannon and Ball is probably the second best tune for a double act to end on, right? Because Cannon and Ball were a variety act that were on TV for 10 years before they were cancelled. Little and Large were about 7 years. Morecambe and Wise, if you put it all together on TV, about 15 years, you know. But everybody remembers "Bring Me Sunshine" as the end theme for Morecambe and Wise. That or Positive Thinking, I think, is the second one, isn't it? Positive Thinking.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Right. More Cannon and Ball is "Together We'll Be Okay," and that was actually the NHS tune to get us through COVID. Together We'll Be Okay.
Yeah.
And I love that tune. I can't.
Mm.
To be quite honest, every time I hear that tune, I start to cry because Bobby Ball's dead and Tommy Cannon isn't.
Yeah. Yeah.
And he died of COVID.
Yeah.
Or,
It did. Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I think
Yeah.
it's literally 4 years now since he
Mm.
died. I think it was 2020 he
Yeah.
died. So yeah, to answer the question, you need to say, do you mean double act as in film double act? Because I would say Abbott and Costello second, third Jack Lemmon and Walter Matthau, fourth. Ooh, that's tricky. Can you think of who would you put second then, Ian? Would you agree? Would you agree that Morecambe and Wise is a stretch because it's not because he hasn't stated film or what?
Whew, he hasn't stated film, has he? I think he's taking it as, if Laurel and Hardy had been in the modern era, into TV, they would have done TV probably. I think that would be there. They would have done
There
TV.
was a cartoon of them.
Yeah, yeah. And Morecambe and Wise, if they were earlier, maybe they would have done more films.
Yeah.
And as you say, I think they only did 3 films. I remember the two in the was it in the 60s they did one Intelligent
The
Man,
Intelligent Man. Yeah.
and then another one, I can't think what it was called. And then there was a third one which they did, and then didn't Eric Morecambe die?
Yeah, when he went over, the reason
Yeah.
they left the BBC was
Yeah.
because the ITV said we'll give you a film shot.
Yeah.
ITC want to make more films.
Yeah.
ITC is part of Lou Grade, and
Yeah.
that's who makes films. And they basically made a TV film just to honor the contract because ITC went bust.
Yeah.
Lou Grade went bust. He I think he subsidized a film that lost so much money that he basically it killed his company. So to honor the fact that Morecambe and Wise have in their contract for them to have a film, they made a whodunit film.
Yeah.
Basically went on DVD. I think you can get it on.
Yeah.
I think that's about the only place.
It's kind of a sad end with Morecambe and Wise, isn't it? In that sense, that their best work had gone by then, and it is a bit sad in some ways. But
Morecambe and Wise, to say as much that they were a double act, I've got to turn around and say they were a trio. Because without the person who was writing the jokes, what's his name? I've forgotten his name now. Bainbridge, was it? Bain?
Oh, was it? Oh.
Anyway, he wrote all of the comedy sketches for BBC.
Wow.
He wrote the fact that they slept in the same bed together and they
all that
stuff.
Yeah.
Without him, then basically the TV series wouldn't have succeeded as well as it did. They sat around and they basically agreed what's funny and what wasn't funny. And of course, Morecambe and Wise had the last say on it.
Yeah.
But they did have a writer that basically is the third of the Morecambe, of the double act.
Yeah.
Which is a weird thing to say, the third in the double act when double is 2. I always thought that was funny. But that writer nearly had a nervous breakdown because every Christmas that came along,
everybody was wanting to watch that.
All eyes were on Morecambe and Wise. And that meant all eyes were on the guy who was writing all the jokes.
Yeah.
So basically.
Yeah. And which guest star they would get. Some famous actor.
Yeah. So they had a lot of clout in getting the guest stars on.
Everybody wanted to be on their show.
Just think that writer, bloody hell!
Yeah.
Even Ronnie Barker, who had a ghost name.
Yeah.
I've talked about it before.
Yeah.
I mean, Ronnie Barker owned an antique shop in Hook Norton.
Yeah.
Sorry, Chipping Norton, should I say?
Yeah.
Very close to where I live. I met him. I mean, even he told me the story about how he wrote under a ghost name, and the reason he did that is because he didn't want to be considered a big head.
Yeah.
So he actually wrote under another name.
Yeah.
And then handed it in, and then when he read it with his partner, Ronnie, if he didn't like it, he could turn around and say, "Yeah, let us shit that, isn't it? I mean, we both don't agree that that's a good that's a good sketch. Don't know where this guy comes from, upstart, blah 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 blah. That's how he could get away with it, because although he wrote it and he thought it was good, if his partner in crime didn't think it was good, then he agreed, no, it's a lot of shit.
Yeah.
In other words, I like it when a double act, like the two Ronnies, he has a filter, because he's actually using his partner as a filter to say, what do you think of this, and not being so big-headed. He's made up a name to do it. You know what I mean? Because if he'd have had his real name on that, then of course his partner might have turned around and said, "Oh, it's brilliant. You got another winner there."
Yeah.
So he was intelligent enough to know I need someone to filter out my genius.
Yeah.
Even though he never thought, although he never thought of himself as a genius.
Yeah.
He needed a filter, a gag, something to gag him. To say, you're going too far now in one direction. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. So anyway, we better move on, haven't we? Otherwise, we will be 2 o'clock in the
morning. Let's have a look. Sarah Robson, I found it strange that Batman and Robin had nipples on their suits, but Batgirl didn't. I like that laugh, but the Batgirl didn't. Yeah. That's brilliant.
She didn't even have nipples on her ass.
Yeah, it's so funny. Tony, no, please don't.
The best double act, Crankies. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Oh dear. I'm like Dracula and the cross there. No, not the Crankies. Please. Delboy's restaurant. Delboy discount, and there he has plugging it again. But go and have a look at it and put your comments down. I got
one night to do it.
Yeah.
No, I won't keep bringing it up. That was just. By the way, I had one person who actually joined tonight.
Oh well, that's great. Fantastic.
There you are.
And don't forget to subscribe to his channel as well. Anybody who hasn't, I've put the link in. There it is. All you do is click it, go over, and there you are. Brilliant channel.
I wish I could remember who wrote those jokes for Morecambe and Wise.
Yeah.
It began with B. That's all I can say to you. Anyway, carry on.
Tony says here, and he's right. I mean, seriously though, Morecambe and Wise do take some beating.
They were and still are, in my opinion, the best double act on TV.
Yeah.
On TV, there is nothing that beats them.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Yeah. And Steve Moles says, I would say Abbott and Costello came second. Yeah. I think
if you look at the chronological order, Laurel and Hardy had trouble getting back into Hollywood to make films because Abbott and Costello were basically so popular.
Yeah. That says a lot. Now we've got Muckman Movies. I have a life-size sex still of Matilda May. There you are.
Just to admit that you've got a sex doll sort of makes me smile, but there you are.
I just had to Google Matilda May. Think tomorrow night's watch is Life Force.
Yeah, she's gorgeous. Yes. Bloody hell. She goes around the whole of the film naked in that film.
Yeah, there's plenty to see in there. Stephen Moles, the Gary Oldman film, The Firm. There wasn't the Dracula one, the football violence movie. Ian and Delboy can't read. Laugh out loud. No, it's me. Don't worry.
See what I mean? Look, Ian and Delboy. I ain't even got control of the text.
It's me. Don't worry.
I can't control the text. I can't remember everything.
We are. Mark Fletcher, next week's live stream is going to be a solo one with Ian, thanks to Ali Berry and Catwoman. Oh,
yeah. In other words, you're sacking me off because we had an argument about 2001 and Catwoman.
Yeah. Oh, maybe I could invite her on, Ali Berry. Do you think she might come on?
That's the beauty of Ian and me, is that we can have an argument about something, but it won't actually piss us off enough to say you're not coming on next week.
We just have a laugh, don't we?
We just have a laugh.
Yeah.
It's almost like we raised our voice in a pub.
Yeah.
And the loser has to buy a pint. That's all. That's all that means.
Yeah.
We don't throw the toys out the pram and say, fuck off, you ain't coming in ever again into this stream.
I know, isn't it pathetic?
Bastard, and then
absolutely pathetic when people do that. Grown up people. You just have a laugh. That's what you do. Yeah. A Halle Berry retrospect coming on strong. Oh, right.
I had a retrospective on Halle Berry, and I concluded that Catwoman is shit.
Yeah, that's all
that meant. That's all that meant.
He can't help it. Yeah. And he's even said that Speed 2 was better.
Bloody well it is.
Yes. Go on. I've got one. I bet you say that Exorcist 2 is better.
No. Nothing trumps Exorcist 2. I would watch Catwoman 50 times.
Exorcist
over one showing of Exorcist 2.
Yeah. Could you get through one showing?
No.
God, I don't think I could. I don't think you'd get through one showing. No way.
Seriously, though, I mean, I'm not joking here.
No.
I have actually, so many people say about how bad Exorcist 2, and I'm pretty sure some of them have never seen it, right?
Yeah.
I have seen that film, and I still, to this day, do not understand the ending or anything that went on in that film. It is a disjointed mess.
Yeah.
And how they made that, I don't know. Now they got Richard Burton in it.
Exactly. Richard Burton's a great actor. But we know he was another who would take roles that, for money.
I don't even like the music in that film.
Yeah.
It takes an awful lot for me to turn around and say, just about everything in that film I dislike. And I say just about because there's obviously some things like I like the font they used in the titles at the end.
Yeah.
And the font was all right.
Well, that's not a very good recommendation. You say that on the poster.
Like I said, I have to delve deep to find something I like. So I said the font for the main actors that are read in the titles at the end are all right. That's about right.
You could put it on the publicity. How film posters, they always have a review, brilliant, best film since so and so. But you could put the font was all right.
Yeah. I like the fact that they use Times New Roman as a font.
There you are. And everybody will go, oh wow, we're gonna see that.
I'll go and see that. I'll go and see that film. It's got Times New Roman as a font.
Right, we've got Muckman Movies saying Tony, and then we've got Stephen Mole saying I'd rather watch Elektra than Catwoman, and that's saying something.
Yeah, I would.
Out loud.
I would watch.
It's not too bad.
At least Elektra had a follow-up. Elektra was good enough that they made a second one. Have they made a second Catwoman? No, they haven't.
Okay, I'll give you that. Then. Yeah. I know a lot of people don't like Elektra, do they? But Elektra's not bad.
I'll tell you what, though. They made a game about Catwoman. They never made a game about Elektra by herself.
Well, there you are.
There you are. Elektra does appear in games, but she's not in her own game.
It took me back decades to get through 2001: Space Odyssey in one sitting. I used to fall asleep every time.
Yeah, and
Put that on the film poster.
yeah, guaranteed to make you sleep. Yeah, I mean, I do understand it, right? So this is where I turn around and go, you're quite right. The story's convoluted, right? It is sleep inducing, right?
Yeah.
But there are many aspects of it that I just love.
Yeah.
I mean, I just think.
Understand.
I mean, there's this one scene where they're inside HAL and there's all the silicon chips and everything along all the stuff, and it's just a gorgeous looking set. And I just go, wow, look at that spacesuit as well. Remember, this is spacesuits designed before we actually landed on the moon.
Yeah,
it looks stunning. And it's ahead of the game on a number of things.
I've probably fallen asleep. I can't probably get to that part.
I'll tell you what. I'll take it like this. Take it like this. I bet you any money you'd rather watch the film Moon 02 than Space Oddity. And I know you've seen Moon 02. I know you've seen Moon 02. But the person who went on and did the special effects to 2001: A Space Odyssey did Space 1999.
Ah, yes.
And did the Enterprise on the Star Trek the Motion Picture. I'm sorry. There is no way am I going to turn around and say it's a bad movie when you've got a pedigree like that.
Yeah.
Too much good stuff in the special effects and that sort of stuff.
I get you. Yeah. Tony Hawk says, never tried 2001. Seen bits. I prefer Leonard Rossiter in comedy. I know.
When I watch it, I keep saying, "Where's Mrs. Jones?"
Yeah, Miss Jones. Oh, Miss Jones.
Why hasn't he got a Chinzano glass in his hand?
Exactly, it's Joan Collins. Now, if Joan Collins had been in it, it'd have been a much better movie. Joan Collins, seriously. She's a great actress.
Listen, you horny little devil. If Raquel Welch would have been in it.
Raquel Welch. She would have made the film.
In fact, actually, I could just see Mel Brooks doing a parody, right, where there's all these apes, right, chucking bones up into the air, and Raquel Welch is being traced by a Tyrannosaurus Rex along the background.
Yeah.
The start of 2001's.
Well, you.
Their loincloth.
Actually, it sounds like a good idea. Good idea for a film. Definitely a film I will revisit from time to time to try and decipher that ending. Care to explain that ending, Del? This Muckman movie.
Yeah, this is what I said. I said I've watched it. I've watched it lots and lots of times, and even now, I've listened and debated what the end of that film actually means, and it's something to do with the dawn of humanity. Where did we come from? All of this sort of stuff. 2010 tried to actually give you the exact ending. Where the monoliths come from. It's all to do, as far as I know, it's all to do with, is it religion or is it science?
Yeah.
Right. And so therefore, did God create us or did science create us? And if you're saying science created us, what does science mean? Because everybody sort of like understands what God means. Because we keep saying God is sort of like a thing, like a person, who looks like Charlton Heston, right?
Yeah.
But everybody in this is where the film gets a little bit disjointed, because you've got this monolith, and everybody goes, where does this monolith come from? And we never get to know. And did God create the monolith?
Yeah.
But then you have to ask the question, who created God?
Yeah.
Because it's man. The chicken and the egg.
And then you could say, man created God.
Yeah.
And that's what the monolith is a symbol of.
And that's it. So there are lots and lots of deep impending what this actually all means. To me, I try not to think that deeply about it, because all you need to know is why are we so brazen into thinking that we are the only thing that exists?
Yeah.
And that's how I look at 2001.
Yeah.
It's almost like Stargate. Here we are, and we're saying that this is a thing, when actually we were visited by something far more powerful than us years and years and years ago, and they're watching us even now and laughing and going, "Is that as far as you've got in your evolution?"
What I'd like to know is why in 1950s and probably 60s sci-fi films do all aliens sound American?
Yeah.
They all sound American.
Why is it that Doctor Who always lands in bloody England?
Why? Amazing, isn't it? There's no Americans much in Doctor Who, is there? Occasionally, American might pop up.
They have changed that now, and he has landed in other stuff. Matthew Smith landed in America and all of that sort of stuff. But you have to understand that before Doctor Who, the movie, the 90s movie,
that's right. Yeah.
How often did Doctor Who land in any other country other than England? I mean, he landed in France in the William Hartnell stuff.
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
But other than that, he did France again with Tom Baker once.
Yeah.
None in John Pertwee.
No, I'm trying to think of John
None
Pertwee.
in Patrick Troughton.
You're right.
None. Oh yeah, Amsterdam in Peter Davison.
Yeah.
I think Spain with Colin Baker.
Yeah. Oh, I could offend our Welsh viewers. He landed in Wales in Green Death. Oh, sorry.
How are you going to get away with that? Wales is another and Doctor Who's never done Scotland, you bastards.
The island. The island.
Yeah, we'd rather do Jersey than Scotland. No, we're going to lose subscribers if we carry on anymore. But anyway, I think I've given enough clues to decipher the ending to 2001 that it's worth taking another visit, because it is the question: science or God?
Yeah.
Are we brazen enough to think that we are the only people that's around? That's what the whole thing is about.
I bet you that there's some YouTube channels that have discussed 2001 in great depth somewhere. They'll be there hours and hours discussing 2001.
Oh God, yeah.
I bet there is.
Douglas Adams was a big fan of 2001, and the reason he wrote The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy was to poo-poo that film. He thought it's worth parodying, and Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Yeah.
If you've ever read the first 3 pages of The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, you'll never stop laughing.
Yeah.
Because it's all about man was up in the trees, and while he was up in the trees, he decided that these green things are far more worth more than anything else, and started to use the leaves as a currency. And then it's just so funny. In other words, money is the thing that motivates us all. That's what it's all about, right? He does this. Do
you remember he answered the ultimate question, didn't he?
Oh yeah,
yeah. Which was 42.
42.
Yeah, that is the ultimate answer.
We're still waiting for deep thought to tell us what the question is. The answer is 42.
Yeah, it's 42. Everybody knows that.
Unfortunately, it was the mice that was actually going to... We could be here forever talking about Hitchhiker's Guide.
Right. We've got here Jim Jam.
Oh,
gentlemen. Hello, Jim Jam.
I bet he's gone to bed now. Before, look,
yeah,
I wanted to back him up on his rant.
Yes, so did I. I put a comment. I totally agree with him.
I left a comment, and to be quite honest,
then I found it on somebody. It's funny. I think there must be some troll going round, because Jim Jam got it, and then I don't know if you watch Scotty's movies. He'd just done a charity shop one.
Well, I didn't know if he meant. I didn't. I was going to say I didn't know if he meant Scott, the Scott that I know, or whether he was
No,
talking
it's a
about
different.
him.
It's
Right.
Scott. He's another one. He's good. I like his channel. He's somebody who goes around charity shops and
Yeah, right.
tries to find good ones. And as he says, he's doing it
Yeah, but
because that's
this
the
is
way to do it. Yeah,
this is what I don't understand
yeah,
about the whole argument is that
yeah,
these people that put these comments and stuff, have they ever gone into a charity shop, picked up a film that they could see was definitely worth more in
yeah,
another place, took it to the
yeah,
counter and said, "You've underpriced this, my love," and then
exactly.
walked out the
Yeah,
store,
yeah,
right? And do you know anybody who doesn't go to a car boot sale? And no, I'll tell you what, you go to a car boot sale, it's a minefield, right? You open up the boot of your car and 50 people are around you, right?
yeah,
Before you've even set up,
yeah,
right? To see what you've got in there, right? They'll buy any old cack that they can see is actually worth money and you didn't know about it. And I'll tell you what, it'll be on their stall to be sold at a markup of about 10 or 15 quid if
yes,
they can get away with it,
yeah,
right?
of course.
Now,
Spot on.
when he buys his film or whatever it is,
Mm.
he's given them exactly the money that the charity store wanted for it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So what is this problem? Because I
I
don't
don't
get it.
understand it. Yeah, I don't. Yeah,
Because like I
it's
said,
ridiculous.
nobody is going to go up to the charity
Yeah,
store and say, you ought to put a five or more on that, love.
yeah, yeah. I mean,
Right?
I know this is happening, and I don't blame them. I don't condemn charity shops that do this. I know because I've noticed when I've been to charity shops, some are obviously looking up the value
They
of
are now, of
certain
course they
things
are.
and then putting the price up. But that's fair enough. I'm not going to shout and go mad about it if it's a reasonable price. I think I shouldn't have. But people who criticize somebody who's just looking for a bargain, it's like people enjoy bargains.
Yeah,
And
but
why is
he
why
took
is
he took a load of his doubles and culled
yeah,
his
he's
DVD
given
collection
to charity.
and
There's
took
no
them into the charity shop and said, "There you go, love."
yeah, there's no argument against it. I don't think you can
Jesus.
even if he hadn't, there's no argument against what is wrong in doing that. There's nothing
Yeah.
wrong at all.
Anyway,
Not
I'm
surprising.
sorry, Jim Jam, you're not here to hear all this, but I'll tell
Yeah,
you what,
but I totally
it,
support what you said in your
it
rant.
pisses me
Yeah,
because when we met, right, just before we'd met, he was
yeah.
the one who came up to me and said, Del, am I wrong in thinking that
Yeah.
I'm not doing anything wrong by doing this? And I turned around and said, that's a bloody stupid argument.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
told him there and then, and I said, listen, look at it from this perspective. How many people have done this in car boot sales for years?
yeah,
Who in their right mind has gone up to an actual person on the counter of the charity shop and said, excuse me, love, but you're underselling this by a fiver and walk
exactly.
out the door? Nobody. And to be quite honest, who knows where you live and what charity shop you've been in, and
Yeah,
then because you've pointed out on the shelves these things, have gone to that shop to pick it up, right?
yeah,
I'll tell you what, you'd have to be eagle-eyed,
yeah,
bloody pick up every title in there and go, oh
yeah,
look, he went to Wandsworth. Look, I need to go to
yeah,
the charity shop in Wandsworth to pick that
yeah,
up because it's £1, and I want that.
yeah.
Right?
I think, yeah, with charity shops and good pickups, it's just honestly, it's a matter of luck, and this is what
Yeah,
happens. Sometimes you're just there at the right time,
yeah,
and that's great, and other times you're not. But I don't understand why anybody would be upset or be stupid to say that to anyone who's got a bargain. I'm absolutely delighted for somebody who gets a bargain. I love it. I think it's great. Why do you think programs like Bargain Hunt and all these are popular? Because people love a bargain.
yeah,
People enjoy it. There's nothing wrong in making money, getting a profit out of what you do. There are people on eBay who make their living. As you say,
yeah,
they go around car boot sales, they buy up, and then they'll put the items up. They do it for a living.
yeah.
There it is. It's how it
Yeah,
is.
he's not doing it for a living. He just wants to
No,
increase
but he's just
his own collection, doesn't he?
yeah,
So
he's helping. It's like me. It's kind of you've got a budget and you work to what you've got, and he can do that. He can go to CEX, get sell them and then get things that he really wants.
He is a bastard, though,
Brilliant.
right? Because I told him, I said, you sold that All Creatures Great and Small without telling me, and I was going to buy that off of you for £6, you git. You took it straight back into Kex and got more money for it. So
Yeah,
we fell out over that. Yeah.
yeah.
Not really.
But I totally
Not
supported
really.
his rant. Anybody who wants to subscribe to Jim Jam Movies, please
Oh,
go
Jesus
over and
Christ. Yeah.
subscribe to him. He's a great channel. He's a great guy. I always find him he's just a breath of fresh air. He's always
Yeah. There's only one thing wrong with Jim Jam, and that is he's got this unhealthy obsession with the never-ending story.
Oh.
Unfortunately, if you
He
can
loves it.
get over the fact that never-ending story is not a masterpiece and should have got 55 Oscars that year, you'll love his channel. So there you are. He's gonna have a go at me. I could.
Yeah. It says it's related to the origins of humanity. Yeah, there we are.
Close, pretty
Back to
much. You're not
2000.
far.
And
You're
I
not
summed
far.
it up. No,
You're
that-
not.
I've never
You
got
haven't.
there.
You haven't thrown the cricket ball too far away from
Yeah.
what that from the what that is. That film's all about. Yeah.
And Jim Jam says, "Hope you're all well." He won't be here, of course, now, but
That's what I'm saying.
He'll have gone. And then, anyone heard of a series from 1979 called Room Service? No, is that a network title?
Of course, it's a
I would
network
suspect
title.
it is.
Bloody hell.
Yeah, it will be. It makes you wonder how many network must have released. They must be a hell of a lot.
But there was a hell of a lot for them to actually still release. I don't believe that they did a release of what's it called? I think it was called Goodnight, Mrs. Noah.
Oh, that with Mrs. Slocum's pussy, Molly Sugden.
No, it wasn't Molly Sugden. It was.
Oh,
she was in.
No,
she was in Earthshock on Doctor Who. What was her name?
Oh, Beryl Reid.
Beryl Reid. Yeah.
Beryl Reid.
That is considered to be the BBC's worst ever sitcom comedy that ever was made, and it's all about her going into space, wasn't it? Beryl Reid.
Wow.
Right. I've got it, by the way. I've got it. Right. But I don't think it was a network release.
Oh.
I've got it because I downloaded it off of YouTube and put it on.
Yeah.
I put it on my Synology drive.
Yeah.
And it's an awful. It really is an absolute awful.
Really. Oh.
But I don't believe it was ever brought out on physical media.
Yeah. I love Earthshock. I think it is one of the classic Doctor Who stories.
Right.
But you kind of wish that she wasn't in it. I don't know. I do sometimes.
Well, she's got that voice, hasn't she? It's sort of very stately.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a pity she's in it.
I don't think she'd be a space commander.
No.
I don't think I'd feel very. I don't think if she was telling me to do something that I'd turn around and say, "Oh, you stupid bitch! How are you talking to me like that?" Because I suppose it's because I know who Beryl Reid is, from a comedy piece.
Yeah.
But that might be her. It's just that because we love her so much in comedy that she didn't fit in well as that particular.
Yeah, it just seems.
You said you don't like Ken Dodd in Doctor Who.
Yeah, that's true.
Right?
Yeah.
He didn't fit in, nor did Richard Bryars for some reason.
Richard
I don't
Bryars.
think Richard Bryars really fit in.
Yeah.
But I tell you what, who did, and that was from the Likely Lads.
Rodney Bewes.
Rodney Bewes.
Yeah.
He did fit in.
Yes, he did. Yeah.
So did Martin Clunes to a way.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Martin Clunes. Yeah, I remember.
He was in Kinder, wasn't he? And,
yeah.
So there's certain people that do fit, and some people that don't. And Beryl Reid just didn't fit in. Me,
And
did she die in it? Did she die in that episode?
Oh.
Or did she escape?
I think she must have escaped. It's Adric, isn't it? That it's
Well, we
all
know
about.
Adric stayed on the ship,
Yeah,
actually
yeah,
fly it
that's
towards
right.
the
Yeah,
to the Earth while it
yeah,
was going through a time
yeah, yeah,
loop.
yeah.
But yeah,
And
she must have
they
escaped. She
didn't.
must have escaped in a craft or something.
Yeah, it's interesting. They never played the theme tune, did they? They
That's the
just
only
played.
time they did
Yeah,
that. Yeah.
yeah. Uh, uh, um. So I do a Jim
How
Jam,
do?
and Stephen Moles. Ali Berry was good in Monsters Ball. Being shagged by Billy Bob Thornton. Ali Berry's best one in more ways than one.
Look, I like Halle Berry's swimsuit in James Bond. I like the fact she's topless in that film with John Travolta. What's that one?
Oh,
Very,
yes.
yeah, where
Oh, it's an early one. Quite
it's
early, isn't it?
that's about cyber cracking and all sorts of stuff, isn't
Oh,
it?
what's that called?
Begins with S. Oh, for God's sake.
Oh, it's gone. But
Anyway,
yeah, you're right.
I like her in that, and she's
Yeah,
brilliant, isn't she? Where she's in that mental asylum.
yeah.
What's the one?
Um, I've watched a film recently she was in. It's another one called The Call, and she's answering calls, emergency
oh,
calls,
on
and
a
it's
call
really
center.
good.
Yeah, what
Yeah, it's
Samaritan
brilliant.
line or something.
Absolutely brilliant, that one.
It's just it's honestly it's just a shame that Catwoman is shit. Anyway, next.
Then we've got, say, Jim Jones saying, all right, Muckman. And then we've got Tony, evening, James. I won't mention charity shops. Yeah, we've all
Oh
seen
well,
the
there we go.
charity
Yeah,
shops.
yeah, yeah.
Stephen, that one. Muckman says, Tony, Ian, can we have a review of
Monsters
Monsters
Ball.
Ball? Yeah, that's it. It's a good one. No, that she won.
She won an Oscar for that.
That's right. Yeah. Steve Moles, Muckman Movies at Tony York. Yeah. Then we've got Steve Moles. I watched Silver.
Sliver.
Oh, Sliver. Sorry.
Sliver.
Sliver. Yeah, here we are. Last week, starring Sharon Stone. William Baldwin takes a fondness to Sharon Stone's ass. If you know, you know. Yeah, I know. That's the surveillance one, isn't
Yeah,
it?
more than just her ass. Jesus
Yeah.
Christ. Bloody weirdo.
Slither.
I've got that film. I thought it was right.
No, it is. No, I agree. I agree. I like the idea. The concept of surveillance.
Yeah, I bought it on Blu-ray because the VHS tape got worn out in several sections. But
there we are. You see, I knew you'd lower tone, lad. Hey, bye, heck. Hey. Right, Mark Fletcher. It's like they say, everybody has an opinion, just like assholes. But I always add, that's true, but some assholes stink worse than others. Oh, God. So here we are. Look what we've done here. I liked the Tim Burton Planet of the Apes. Would have liked to have seen a sequel. Well, yeah, a lot of people.
I purposely mentioned Tim Burton because it does get a bad rep, right? And it is a bad film, but the ending at the end of that film is closer to Boulet's vision.
Yeah,
I will say that. At the end of the day, Tim Burton's makeup on that film is brilliant, and it is makeup. We're not talking like they've done in Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes and all of that, and put computer generated balls all over them and bloody made computer generated hair and all of this. We're talking actual makeup.
Yeah.
I mean, if you look at Tim Roth, his makeup alone as an ape is amazing. Absolutely amazing. The makeup on that. Anyway, on to the next question or comment.
The best version of Doom 1984, which I don't think is available, is on Blu-ray only DVD. Is the 3-hour TV version. No, I'm not. I've got
no. What he says there. What he's saying there is the best version of June, which I don't think is available on Blu-ray, it's only available on DVD, is the 3-hour TV version. So in other words, there's a DVD out there, which is the 3-hour TV version. There is a Blu-ray of June 1984. But it's not the 3-hour TV version.
Yeah,
In other words, that
cut
is not on Blu-ray.
Yeah, because there's a big debate about the cuts of Dune, and I've got one which has got a lot of the added in, which the director didn't want in.
I'm going to give. I'll tell you what. I've just thought of a perfect link to the movie review I'm going to be doing on Friday.
Go on.
Right?
Yeah.
There is a link to the film that I'm reviewing and June.
Oh.
On this Friday.
Which the Lynch Dune, the 1984.
So I'm not going to tell you what the film is, but it's to do with one of the female actors in June.
Oh.
She is also in the film that I'm reviewing on Friday when it comes out.
Oh, well, that is interesting.
Now I told you what the film was, so you should know who I'm talking about.
I'm going to think about that.
Anyway, next one.
Yeah, right. Never seen it myself, but did you see the Doom miniseries from 2000?
Yep.
And what was your opinion on that?
It's all right, because I watched it because I also was playing the Commodore Amiga RTS game.
Right.
That came out around about the same time, which is why I remember watching, which is why I remember seeing the miniseries.
Yeah.
It's a shame it didn't get very far.
Yeah.
It wasn't well received. It wasn't that bad.
But it wasn't.
And then again, it wasn't. William Shatner's Tech War wasn't that bad, but unfortunately they canceled.
Tech War, you've really brought some up there. Oh, I know. But I'm talking about Tech War, yes.
They just cancel things. What can you say? You know.
Here we are, off to bed soon. So good night, chaps, and good night to Ian and Del. In about an hour when you read this.
Hey, and I'll tell you what, we got ahead of it by 10 minutes because that was 11:50 and it's now 12:40. So
we've done well.
It wasn't an hour. See, got it wrong.
Tony Hawk says, night, Muckman. Matt Fletcher, the Final Destination films always remind me of the BBC's Casualty programme. I find myself looking around trying to spot what the next disaster is going to be. Tony Hawk says, Eddie Braben wrote.
B. Look. B. Do you remember I said? Remember I told you it began with B? Look, it's Eddie Braben.
He also provides material for Ken Dodd. There you are.
There's a reason for you not to like him, then.
Ken Dodd. Steve Moles, cue the music. Happiness, happiness, the greatest gift that I possess. I thank the Lord that I've been blessed with more than my share of happiness. Thank you. Goodbye.
What else did he do? Didn't he do I'm a blue toothbrush and you're
crikey. It's a nightmare. And
he got to number one with a sad song, wasn't it? Something about smiling when you're unhappy or something.
He did these straight love songs as well on some. My mum and dad, I think, had these LPs with him singing. Crooning.
But it's really annoying me now. Hang on, Ken.
They were awful. They were absolutely
number one single because it was Tears. They are Tears.
No.
I remember that.
Please.
Yeah. 1965. Yeah.
It was enough. And then go and see him as well. They actually went live to see Ken Dodd. Hours and hours of
you don't remember Tears because that's more your era, isn't it? I mean, what were you? You were about 35, weren't you, when that was out?
Oh dear. You remember Tears for Fears?
You were probably singing that song to your girlfriend that then turned into your wife in 1965.
Oh God, she wouldn't have liked that. Yeah, God. she probably would have started divorce proceedings. Yeah,
Divorce, even though we're not married. Yeah.
yeah, pretending that I wasn't there. Um, right, let's move on to the next one. Steve Moss, the only thing that was good about The Exorcist 2 was that James Earl Jones, rest in peace, was in it. He's
Oh
sadly
wow.
died this
I
week.
forgot. Yes, we haven't touched upon that. Yeah, James
It's
Earl
very
Jones. What a
sad.
sad
Yeah,
loss. What a sad
yeah,
loss.
yeah,
I did put an RIP up.
yeah.
I mean, he was in Conan as well, wasn't he?
Yes, yeah. He was.
Yeah.
He had quite a career. He had quite a good
Yeah.
career when on the obituaries that I read.
I like the way that he parodied himself in the Big Bang Theory as well.
Yeah, yeah. He had. It's the voice. Everybody says it, but that voice is
Oh,
wonderful.
and I'll tell you what, he was absolutely brilliant in Frasier. He
Oh
acted,
yeah, you said yeah.
he acted as a blind man, and he said, "My wife's face is over there," and Frasier smashes it on the floor and tries to stick it with glue and all that sort of stuff. He uses teeth denture cream or whatever it was to try and put it together and all sorts. Only to find out, oh, I've dropped that a million times. I thought that. I thought that was brilliant. That was
yeah.
that made me laugh.
Yeah, a great actor.
Great loss.
Yeah,
A great loss.
yeah. Tony, I left a comment of support for James. Some commentators seem to enjoy upsetting people. I know he was really upset. It is ridiculous, and that I did. I put, and I think Delboy did. It deserves a lot of support.
Of course it does.
Yeah. No, we don't want idiots saying these things. Steve Moles, while these two are waffling on, I'm making myself a bacon and egg butty. In the words of Stripe the Gremlin, yum, yum.
Hey,
you're making me hungry.
Oh, you bastard. Where's mine, you bastard?
I could do with one.
I've been here since 8 o'clock and I've had no bloody thing to eat again. I'm starving hungry. And this guy's waffling on about how good Catwoman is. Jesus Christ, I can think of things I could be
and
doing.
he's going on about the greatness of 2001. Oh, dear me. Please.
No, I'm not. I'm protecting 2001 based on what you said. I'm not saying how good it was. I was protecting it.
Well, it is. Oh, this is a good. Tony says, "Well, it is almost breakfast time."
Yeah, by the time we finish, it will be. I should think. Yeah.
And Zero says, "Tony, up 24 hours."
Hey!
Yeah.
Let's go for 24 hours.
Ali Berry did a good film called Kidnap. Yeah, that's another one. An excellent film. Yeah. Good night, all. Thanks. Very entertaining. Thank you, Tony.
Thanks, Tony.
Yeah, brilliant. Thank you. And we are at the last comment. It is Tony. Good night and good morning, Tony. There you are. We've got to the end of the stream. So
I've really enjoyed tonight, and it's really nice. It's really nice to get a heated debate about something, where it's fun. You're doing it with a friend that sort of realizes, what you're getting at. Because I wasn't bigging up 2001. All I was doing was just saying
I've enjoyed it. It's a good laugh. It's brilliant. No, but honestly, you did say some very good points about it, and I'm not dismissing at all what you say. I think you historically, there's a lot of things that you said which are correct.
It really is a piss poor film in certain aspects of it. Yeah. And I'll turn around and say, in sections of that film, tight.
Yeah.
It's just, all I'm saying is you have to sum up these things by saying, what's the sum of its parts? When you look at cinematography, sound design, all sorts of stuff. When you sum it all up, is it really that bad? I think at the end of the day, though, it's got to have a story to make it work. And I'll tell you what, and it's tough to find one.
Yeah,
it really is. It really,
I always think,
I'll stick my hand up and say it's tough to find a story in that film. Really is.
Yeah, I mean, I always think of like Doctor Who, which is notorious for not very good special effects.
Convoluted.
In
Oh my
people's
god, what
opinion,
the hell are you talking about?
but
Nonsense.
I think, it's like one of my favorite stories, which I just reviewed this week. It's a good plug for the channel, but nobody's here anyhow. Is the Green Death. Absolutely adore the Green Death.
Oh yeah.
And the special effects we know are not that good, but for what they are, I think they're quite good. And it's a great story. It's a wonderful story. So
Yeah.
you don't need all these special effects. Anyhow, I think
I
thank you
think we ought to
everybody.
do our salutes and things.
Yeah, thank you everybody for coming on and making comments, and hopefully also those that you don't make comments that just sit watching. Thank you so much. You make it all wonderful, and we're all have a good enjoyment here. We don't go over the top and being ridiculous. We just enjoy, have a good time.
Yeah, and for those that are watching this in the future, all the money is in the mattress, and all of my good shit, okay, is in the garage by the fridge.
Yeah.
So all of those in the future,
yeah, that's it.
That's where the stuff is. All right.
Yeah, Muckman Movies would be interested, I'm sure. Get some more, but he's not here now. But if
I'm just waiting. I'm just waiting for the last 2 digits of his postcode, and I'm round his house nicking his steelbook. So there you are. He doesn't know that yet.
Right. So I'll let Delboy say his farewells.
Oh, salute and thank you so much for listening to my crap.
And thank you, everybody. And all I've got to say is, I'll see thee again. It's going.